Hopefully you're all charged up and riled up and ready to go. So let's start. Start sharing my screen. Yesterday we had covered setting up a document, working with frames, and here we go. Yep, setting up a document, working with frames, and working with color in InDesign. Right. So the exercise we left off with yesterday is this one here, where we basically created swatches and applied colors to the objects. Any questions about this?
Yep. Can
Sure.
we review, sir? I have a couple parts of the exercise that I forgot.
Okay. All right.
Um,
Well, you still remember? Well, of course, you forgot them, so you wouldn't know which ones. But so why don't I run through it real quick, and maybe
I
we
mean,
have.
I know the part. For
Yeah.
example, the background of the indulgent and the locations like Paris, Madrid, New York.
Yes.
It's supposed to be white, and the second one is um,
Uh,
this the one at the edges. This
this border over
grid.
here. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. What else?
I think there's two. Only there's two.
Okay. All right. So the background and the border. Okay. I think I know what happened there. Um, so just remember, with InDesign, with any object that's InDesign drawn, such as a rectangle that we have here. Okay, with InDesign, you can actually, just like in Illustrator, you can actually apply a fill right here and a stroke color, which is this thing right here, right? This object, this background, or this border that we have was intended to be just with a stroke color applied to it, no fill. So I think what happened in your project or in your work, Christine, is that a fill color was applied to it by accident. So this might have been what happened, right? Or another element got fill color applied to it. That's why it isn't white, right? So that's one. The other, excuse me. The other thing with a border, okay, the border uses a special stroke style. So to apply stroke styles or change the appearance and thickness of the stroke that runs around an object, you would go to Window, Stroke, right? That opens up the stroke panel right here. Okay, once that's open, you can then choose the different stroke types. And in the case of this document, we would choose dashed, right? The last dashed option, okay? And we create a custom pattern of 4, tab 2, tab 4, tab 2, tab 4. Right, so that's the pattern we use, and then cap it off with a brown brown gap color. And to create that brown swatch, we would go new color swatch and give this a name, sec. All right, uncheck name and color value, brown. All right, and then we go 0 dash tab 76, 76, and 60. And we click on OK. All right, now that applied to the fill because I had it selected. So I'm going to click on none to take it out and then go back here and make sure that I have stroke selected. And then I apply here in the stroke pattern, I apply my brown swatch, and that fills it right there, fills those gaps right there. Hope that helped, Christine.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. Great. All right, so we did that, and just as a reminder, when adding swatches to your swatches panel, if you're adding a bunch of them, you can, or you may, go new color swatch, right? Uncheck name and color value. Start inputting the names, such as tan, for example, 5, 13, 29, 0, add, and then blue, which is 100, 90, not 9, 90, 10, and 0. And I add, and I click done, and I'm all done. Clicking this button here at the bottom of the swatches panel doesn't do much. All it does is it creates a duplicate of blue, all right, or whatever you have selected. All right, and then just as a reminder as well, if you want to create a gradient swatch, okay, so brown, tan, you would then click new gradient swatch from the panel options right here, all right, and then click on the gradient stop in the gradient ramp. I would choose brown, and then I click the other stop here, and I would choose swatches from the stop color dropdown, click tan, and there it is, right? I add this. Now, what if you want to add more gradient stops? Okay, you want a bit of blue somewhere here in the midpoint. Okay, you would just go to the bottom of the gradient ramp, click on it to add a stop, and you go swatches and you put blue. Now blue appears in the gradient ramp, okay, and you can then adjust the position of your gradient or the blend by adjusting the diamond, the top diamond here, okay. If you, well, this really doesn't look good. I don't like it. It just looks odd. So I'm going to remove the blue stop, and it's very easy. All you have to do is click on the stop and drag it off. That deletes the stop from the ramp. So to add, you click on an empty space at the bottom of the ramp. To remove the stop, you would then click on the stop you want to remove and drag it off. All right, so this is the brown tan gradient. I will add this, and I will then add green, white, and I'll add this again. Add it there. Oops. Forgot one thing. Need to change, which is a nice seg on how to edit gradients. So I choose the stop, choose the right color swatch, choose the stop, choose the right color swatch, and click on OK. All right. So looking at this, I have my gradient panel, my swatches panel filled up with all the swatches that I need, and I can start applying whatever it is I need to apply to my objects. So I select these 3 diamonds right here, and I go to the fill color, and I choose green, right? And then for the stroke, I would choose brown, okay, right there. Okay, and then I choose the center diamond. I'll deselect everything, Control-Shift-A or Command-Shift-A. Select the middle diamond again. Apply the gradient fill right here. So I choose brown tan right there. If I want to change the direction, I can do so. Like that, or like this. Okay, so nice. There, happy. Okay, and well, you can apply your gradient to basically anything that you have in your document. Okay. Now, one thing that I want to add to working with swatches is that, so let me just apply the blue fill to these. All right. No, actually, this I'm going to use 10. All right. Let me apply the blue fill. Now, the blue fill right here at full intensity sort of just gets drowned out in the dark colors here. We want it to stand out. We want it to be, we want the word C um, more legible, okay? And trying to come up with a color, a blue color that, or a blue swatch that um, fills the need, okay, is kind of tricky. Okay, it's going to be tricky. So what you can do instead is to create a toned down or a washed out value or washed out duplicate of this full on blue swatch. Um, you don't adjust the opacity, okay, not in print. What you do is you would create a new tint swatch. So you go to panel options, go new tint swatch, right? And you would wash it down to 40%. Click on OK, there it is. Now I have a really quick way of toning things down. This is also useful if and when you have to create different shades of gray for your work. All right. So for example, what I do need is um, a 40% tint of black or a gray tint at 40% so that I have a nice, nice neutral color that I can work with. So what I would do is I would choose the black swatch first. Then I would go new tint swatch, and I can come up with, let's say, 60, and I add, and then 50, all right, and I add, and then 40%, and I add, and I click done. So I now have these different values or different tones of gray that I can work with. Instead of having to create new swatches all the time, you can just adjust that. Now, the other advantage of working with tints is that if I edit, if let's say suddenly the editor or the client goes, yeah, can we make this a bit more reddish or more violet than blue? Right? All you have to do is edit the blue swatch. So I'll edit this and I will make this 70% and keep this at 90. And I can change the name. So violet blue instead. And there it is. The properties of this swatch have adjusted itself as well. I can then bump up the intensity or the tint value. Okay. So that's working with swatches in InDesign. Now, why would we want to work with swatches? You can always create swatches from scratch, right? The answer is consistency. When working with print, sometimes, and working with branding, for example, it would always be best to keep things consistent. All right. So throughout your document, instead of trying to remember how you exactly created that swatch or that color and added that color to your document, instead of doing that, all you have to do is just reference the swatches that you have. And if you're working say working on a magazine, and you need to come up with a new issue next month, instead of having to go through the whole process all over again, right? Instead of having to do that, all you need to do is save your document or create your new document, right? Which I'm going to do right now. Print. Okay, so better. Create that. Bingo. All right, and I have some swatches here that I don't need, so I'll go ahead and delete them. So I select them all and then press the delete button right here. All right, so it's all gone. And I will go and load swatches. So to load my swatches, all I have to do is go to the document that I was working on earlier, click open. Boom, they're all there. Even my gradients. it saves me time. A little investment up front saves you a lot of time in the back end. Cool. All right. Now, when working in InDesign, there are 4 swatches that you will never be able to delete from the swatches panel. Non-registration in black. Sorry, non-paper registration in black. These 4 guys here. Okay. Paper is editable. It's meant to be able to. Its use is that it's meant for you to be able to simulate a tint of paper, the tint of the actual paper you're printing on. So, for example, if my paper has a bluish tint, I would go and add 10% or whatever value it whatever value best replicates whatever my paper looks like. So there we go. Now I have a bluish tint to my paper. If the paper's on the yellowish side, I'd dial that down and bump up a little bit on the yellow side, making it yellowish. Okay. All right. And then, well, of course, you can set it back to 0 and you get white paper again. Cool? All right. Take the silence as everyone gets it. Any questions? Anyone? Going once, twice, thrice?
Yeah, maybe me again.
Sure.
Can I share my screen, sir?
Go for it. Okay, let me stop sharing. There you go. Yes.
I got the border,
Okay.
but then the background, I could not. I tried, but
Yes. That actually I was supposed to tackle later today, or actually I can tackle it now. The reason you're getting a peach or the pink highlight around Indulgent and Paris, Madrid, and New York is that your font's missing. So
oh,
yeah, to fix that,
okay,
could you go to type, and I might as well show everyone.
okay.
Go to type, all right, and choose find font or find replace font. Yeah, perfect. There. Okay, so go click on Trajan Pro. All right. Okay, and then from the font family dropdown, down below, yep, see if you have Trajan. Type in TRA. No, there. You have Trajan color, and below that, anything else besides Trajan color? Click on that.
Okay, let's do it again.
Yeah, it's fine. You don't. That's the only Trajan variant you have. That's fine. So go ahead and change all. Look what happens.
Yay!
All right. So yes, that just as a reminder to everyone, pink highlight around your copy indicates that your font is actually missing. That's why.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
No worries. Okay, so let me go back to sharing my screen. Okay. So yeah, the peach highlight, the pink highlight is indicative of missing font. Okay. And yes, did anyone else get a missing font warning or get the same behavior when working with the file? Sound off, please.
No.
Oh, no one else? Okay, lucky you. Oh, all right. So let me just make a little adjustment here. Okay. All right. Now, before I move on to working with typography, any questions about working with color? Okay.
None.
All right. All right. Cool. All right. So our next topic is all about typography and how to and working with it in InDesign. So let me just, oops, not that. Let's not go work with the end. Oh, actually, let me just keep that open. but I'd also like to open the start file. Oh, by the way, Joe, I made new IDML files for you. It's in the resources. Hopefully those work with your copy of InDesign CS6. So when you do have time, please download and try using those. Thank you. And lessons. So I need lesson 7. And while I'm talking here, you might want to, if you haven't already, start downloading the lessons for today. So let me open the start file right here. Okay. All right. So with InDesign, you can actually adjust the behavior and appearance of your typeface. Okay. You can change the typeface applied. Each typeface, of course, gives a different character to your document. If you're doing something that is more academic, I would suggest a more formal font, such as, no, here, this actually works, Caslon or Garamond Pro. If you're looking to do something luxe, it all depends on the typeface you use. Basically, the typeface or the font that the font will reveal its purpose to you, okay, when you work with it. Okay? When you see it, you'll see what it's used for. Trajan, hold on. Come on, keep quiet now. We're working here. Quiet. Okay. So Trajan, for example, in that document that we have, right? Trajan actually, has anyone seen that video on Trajan? On how it came to be the most used font for movie posters? Might as well. All right. And Trajan movie font. Yeah. There you go. Stop sharing and share this. Hopefully this works.
If you're sitting in a movie theater during previews and you see this, you know to expect a comedy movie. If you see this, you know it's going to be action. Make the letters a little skinny and boom, it's sci-fi. You know this one's going to have fast cars, this one's going to have Michael Cera, and this one is going to be a rom-com. You don't even need the music to know it. But what about this? This typeface, Trajan, is probably one of the most popular movie poster fonts ever. You can see it in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Double Jeopardy, letters from Iwo Jima, Titanic, Joe It's everywhere. So how did it get there?
I'm Yves Peters. I'm a graphic designer who has been writing professionally about type and typography since about 10 years.
Yves has looked at a lot of posters, and a few years ago, he started to notice a trend.
So I started clicking. I didn't know where I started because I ended up looking at about 16,000 posters. How many posters did you look at? Yeah, well, I look at about 100 posters per month, and I've been doing this series since 2006. It's a lot of posters every year. Yeah.
He noticed that the use of Trajan rose significantly in the last couple of decades. But why? In 1989, designer Carol Twombly adapted inscriptions from Roman Emperor Trajan's column into a digital typeface. It was made for Adobe, so it was a part of the software that a lot of people were starting to use to make posters. A couple years later, it made its movie poster debut here for Hector Babenco's At Play in the Fields of the Lord. After that, it was on The Bodyguard and Scent of a Woman. Then it was on 1993 box office hits. By 1994, it was everywhere.
It's originally used for epic movies, movies about people that overcome difficulties, like the big war epics and so on. But then you see gradually that it becomes the standard movie font. It's like the Arial of movie posters. So people need to turn out a poster really quickly and they just pick Trajan.
Eventually, that overuse started to change the kinds of movies that would use the typeface.
You don't see it as much on the big productions anymore. It's become the typeface of the horror movies, the B movies, and also the straight-to-video ones. So you see that a lot of posters are for the lesser movies that want to pretend they are better than they actually are.
The rise and fall of Trajan illustrates the downside of digital typeface. The convenience of swapping fonts is a huge shift from the old movie poster days when hand-painted typefaces, or lettering, was an art that was specific to each movie.
So what you see behind me, this is more like the pre-blockbuster thing. Pre-genres, pre-standard styles. And that's why you will be hard-pressed to find two that are similar.
That doesn't make today's genre-specific typography bad design. These visual cliches make it possible to communicate tone and plot details to an audience incredibly efficiently, and there's a certain art to that.
People get nostalgic about the old era of movie posters when everything was still done by hand and still very unique. But you could compare it to music, where some people say, oh, nothing good was produced since the Beatles. But then there's other people who say that nothing good was produced since Mozart. Fair enough, but there's many other interesting things that are being produced now. There's just much more, but there's still a lot of very good poster design happening. It's just you need to know where to look.
Okay, so hopefully you guys got the point from that video, right? The whole point of it is, hey, the change in typeface changes the perception of your message, okay? Immediately, just by that switch, if you saw at the start, the pre-roll of that video, where he was establishing the premise, is, oh, if you see, this kind of font, it's sci-fi. And if this kind of font, it's this, it's this, it's this, it's that. And some people want to make their movies bigger than they are by just changing the typeface and using Trajan because of the visual feel that the typeface actually brings to the document. Okay. All right. Yes, Hunter, we know that you're there. Okay, come on, behave. All right, so when working with typography, the choice of typeface is very important, okay? The choice of typeface is very important. It changes the character of your document, okay? So much so, you keep quiet. So much so that when one of the biggest brands, IKEA, at some point, because of to ensure consistency in digital marketing and branding, and their print, decided that they would move away from was it avant-garde or century Gothic? They were going to move away from that font and use a computer typeface, right? They switched, and the whole, because IKEA is considered Swedish design, right, or high, design company as well, yeah, it made waves. It actually, that change to the design community, actually that change felt that the people in the design community felt that it mattered. Okay, so yeah, change the typeface, you change the character of your document. It wouldn't hurt to test things out. It wouldn't hurt to work with different fonts if you're trying to figure out the brand for your client. Okay. Of course, you can always go with, you know, with certain standards. Okay. Or with certain go-tos. So, for example, if you want to, like I said earlier, if you want to be more formal, you can go with Times New Roman, Adobe Garamond Pro. If you want to go, and Castle on Pro is one other thing. If you want to go less formal and more, you want to be, yeah, less formal, you can go ahead and start using a sans serif font, such as the font here, used here, Myriad Pro. Okay, so it's more relaxed. It's more, it's less serious than Adobe Garamond Pro, for example. Let me just make a quick change here. Garamond Pro. Okay, so let's go ahead. All right. So this changes the character of the document itself. Okay, or whatever it is you're reading. This looks more serious than salad, right? Okay. So yeah. Now, the different parts of a typeface. Okay. Just pause sharing for a bit. Let me go ahead and look for that file. Bear with me, guys. Just found the file and making a few changes. All right. So, everyone seeing this? Anatomy of typography? Sound off, please.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So these are the different parts of your typeface. Okay. You would have the apex, which is the tippy top of your character. The serif, okay. So basically the foot. All right. These things right here, or this thing right here. You have the bold. You have the finial, which is the terminal part of your typeface. You have your counters. Here's your descender. Counter is this thing right here. Right. a descender. You have an ascender right here. The rest of these, good to know, nice to know, but not necessary. Okay. What you should be paying attention to is the X height, which is this here. All right. So that's basically the height of your typeface, the X height. Right. And the other two things would be your descenders and your ascenders. Okay. What you should also remember is the serif. Okay, so serif, if it's a serif font, that means it has feet. Okay, the advantage, well, the purpose of these feet is to give a visual sort of line that people reading your document can follow. Right, and that's why most of the time people say that, hey, yeah, if it's a book. It's always best to go with a serif font. If it's an easy read or a magazine, go with a sans serif. Okay. So yeah, and of course, consider the character. Okay, or the well, not the character the typeface but the character of the document itself. Okay, so yeah, please keep these in mind. Okay. Now, so that's working with. Okay. The other thing is that actually there's so much to consider when working with typeface or working, sorry, or when creating, okay, typefaces. Type designers have to consider how characters play with each other. The space between is carefully considered. The space between your characters, that's very carefully considered. Better spacing, of course, means better readability and efficiency. Okay, how efficient the typeface is in terms of use of space. Okay, if you're working on a newsletter or a newspaper, which is usually and more often than not text heavy, you'd want a type space that is very economical, right? And you should test out different typefaces that fill the need. Okay, it's a lot of trial and error sometimes when working with typefaces. Okay, whatever works best is the best advice I can give. Okay, now typeface, typography, right. Now, let's say I'm working in a document and what I want to do is adjust the how tight or how loose my lines are. One good example would be, hey, one good example of this would be here. Let me just open another document, lesson 5. All right. So this is a magazine mockup, okay? Or this is a magazine layout. And sometimes we'll be provided with copy. Quit it. Hey, quit it. All right. Sometimes we'll be provided with copy that is too long for the intended area. Let me go ahead and apply a paragraph style right here really quickly. All right. It's not necessarily too long, okay? But do you guys see this, the word father here? at the end of this paragraph. Okay. Sound off, please. You seeing this?
Yeah.
It's
Yep.
something you should avoid with your layouts. Never end your paragraphs with a single word. It is a convention that convention in typography that most professional typographers and professional designers subscribe to. Okay, it just, you know, as much as possible end with 2 words. So and how you fix that in InDesign with something like this is either you adjust the spacing and make it loose, or tighten things up. And in InDesign, the way to do that, there's a built-in way to do that. You adjust something called kerning or tracking. Kerning is the distance between characters in your story. So if I were to highlight this and I adjust my kerning right here, okay, let me zoom in, and I adjust my kerning like so. So kerning is this thing here up in the control panel. This is kerning. This adjusts your kerning. This adjusts your tracking. Okay. Kerning is the distance between characters. Tracking is how tight or how loose your lines are. So to fix that little problem we have here, okay, the single word that ends the entire paragraph, you would change, there's not much I can do with kerning, so I'm going to use tracking to fix this. I'm either going to tighten things up by choosing a negative value, and what happens is that it pulls up our copy, okay? It tightens the copy and pulls the word father up into the paragraph, up further in the paragraph. Or I can make it loose, and well, this won't work too well because I'm going to have to adjust to a value that is going to make it obvious that it's been tweaked. If you compare, if you're just reading through it, people will pick up that this is actually loose. There's something different about this paragraph versus this paragraph here. Okay. So the more efficient and the better way to handle it is to just adjust tracking and tighten things up. You never go beyond, one of the recommendations I have is that you never go beyond a value, you never go beyond 20 or 25 when adjusting your tracking values. Okay. So the smaller the value to get what you want, the better. The less obvious it is going to be in your layout. Cool? Okay, take that as yes. All right. So yeah, that's tracking. And for kerning, you can still adjust kerning. And there's actually a recommended way of adjusting kerning for the entire story. InDesign has optical and metric kerning options built into it. Metric kerning is what's embedded or part of the font. It's the way the font, the way the font would space as designed by its font designer or its creator. Okay. So if you notice, I switched to metric kerning and look how everything just tightened up a bit. If I go to optical kerning, what InDesign does is it looks at the actual visual, it uses a different algorithm, and it uses the visual feel of the characters and adjusts and spaces everything out equally, or spaces everything less in some places and more in some places, so that characters don't sit too tightly to each other. Okay. Another thing when working with typography in InDesign is that you have the flexibility to work with different characters or special characters, right? So for example, if I need to um, mix up two typefaces, okay, I want to give a bit of a flourish to the F here, for example. What I can do is say I choose a typeface that I know has this, a very ornate F. Okay. Just to give emphasis to the opening of the paragraph, I can use that and do that. Okay. But I want to be able to distinguish these two characters. So what I can do is adjust my kerning now. So I'd go in and adjust my kern value and bump that up a bit. So that they are just a little bit further from each other. Okay. That's the maximum it will go. Oops. And adjusting the wrong value right there. So there. Okay. So depending on your taste and what suits your layout best, this is where you would adjust it. To adjust kerning between characters, you just go to the space between them and adjust the value. You can tighten things up or make things space better or loose, like so. Okay. All right. So that's kerning applied to two different characters. Okay. This is called a ligature, right? The word is flow, but stylistically, what happens with some of the typefaces is that the F and the L get put very close to each other. And from afar, it actually is readable as flow. Okay? It's a matter of style that's embedded into the typeface. If you want to disable that, all you have to do is go to this option right here in your control panel. So select the characters that you want to affect. Click on panel options in the control panel with the typeface selected and uncheck ligatures. So what's going to happen when I do that is the F and the L are going to become two distinct characters now. They don't flow into each other anymore. Okay? So there, that's how you set it back, set it that way, or set it back to the way it was. Okay? Other things you can do with InDesign is that if you open the glyphs panel, you actually have access, depending on the typeface you choose, okay, you actually have access to ornaments or special characters. These are part of the Adobe Castellan Pro typeface. Okay. You can simply add them as characters. Ornaments can be now added to, right? If you need symbols, you would then, instead of going outside looking for your character control panel, you would go to the glyphs panel, just choose symbols, and you have an entire library of symbols that you can use depending on the typeface you have. or depending on the typeface you're using. You need math symbols right here. Unfortunately, InDesign still needs a plugin called Equation Editor to come up with complex equations. Okay. Right. Yeah. Okay. If you need special numbers, okay, subscript, superscript, raised, fractions, okay, they're all there in the glyphs panel. That's another way to access additional options that are part of your typeface. Okay. Questions so far? Anyone? No? Yes? Great. Okay. Right, that. Face. Cover that. Okay. Now, one other thing we have to consider when working with copy is so we've talked about the horizontal distance so far. Okay. Now I want to talk about the vertical distance and how we adjust that in our copy. Okay. The vertical distance between your lines of type is called the baseline. Okay. Sorry, it's called leading, rather. Leading is the distance between the baselines. So the baseline is essentially this thing right here. This is your character baseline. Okay. Now, leading is the distance between your baselines. It makes your lines of type either tighter or more loose. Your leading value is right here. Okay, or your leading controls right here in your character formatting options. Right below your type size, you have your leading value or your leading settings. Okay. And of course, the higher the value, the more distance you would get. So what we have right now of 14 points is about 1.5 line space. If you were to think of it in terms of Microsoft Word, this is about 1.5 line space. Double space, of course, would be 18 points in this case, right? So yeah, you would want to adjust if your story is copy heavy, you might want to adjust the leading value to make it more, make it breathe better and an easier read. That's basically why you would change the leading. For titles, I would always suggest if your titles break out into multiple lines, use the same leading value as, use the same type size for your leading. So sorry, use the same value for your type size with your leading setting as well, or your leading value. So if you have 30 point high typeface that breaks out into 2 lines, set your leading value to 30 as well, just so that your titles sort of work better. Here's what I mean. So let me take this assignments restaurant frame and I will shrink it down and make it break into 2 lines. Okay. So here, for example, it's broken into 2 lines. Notice how everything's too widely spaced right here. Okay. It just doesn't read right. It feels disconnected. Yeah. And a quick change to the leading value is going to fix that. So my type size is 30, so I'll go with 30 as well. Making it visually appear now that assignments and restaurant are relevant to each other, part of the same font. So that's the whole point of adjusting your leading. this becomes more obvious, and it even works better with all caps or small caps, such as this. You can then even drop it down. In cases like these where I'm using block capitals, I can even drop it down further beyond my type size. I'm setting it now to 24 and enforcing and ensuring that people know it's a title. People know that these two words are actually related. Okay, it's part of one thought. Okay. Versus, of course, what we had earlier. Okay. It's like there are two separate thoughts floating out there. Oh, assignments in restaurant. What's the relevance? Okay. So yeah. Okay. So adjust your letting values for your titles. Make sure to make sure that people understand that they're related. Okay. Now, assignments, restaurant, that. Okay. So what else can we do in InDesign? Right here. With CC versions of InDesign, whenever you highlight a fraction that's input as 1/2, InDesign will automatically suggest the single character fraction option, making your document more space efficient. Okay. If you want to, if you don't have this feature in InDesign, you can always go to Type, Glyphs, and replace the actual character set with the single character. That applies. So 1/4, 3/4. Okay. Now, in cases where there isn't, okay. So for example, this is 1/72, for example. In cases like these, what I can do is tell InDesign, I would go here to my panel options again and go to Open Type and choose Fractions. InDesign will format that as a fraction. So again, panel options, Open Type, Fractions. Okay. The quickest way to get your fractions to show to be more space efficient without it being present in the glyph set of your characters. Okay, but of course I don't want to do that. I will switch it back to the way it was and replace this with 1/2. Okay, all right. Okay, now letting, right? When working with typography in InDesign, there is actually a great way, or an even more efficient way, to get your lines in the story to space better, okay, or to space better regardless of the type size. Okay? And that is done through our baseline grid. Okay, it is a grid that you can align your baselines to. So let me just create a text frame here and put in some copy. All right, now let's pretend that I've actually gone ahead and figured out that I want my copy to be 10-point high using Garamond Pro. Okay. And I would put in a title. I want to format this using Optima, which is another classy font. So the pairings that I'm using here are more, okay, more on the formal side. And I would go and make this 30 points. And best practice, you want to go 30-30 in cases like these. Right, so there. And I want to turn hyphenation off, because it's a title. I don't want it to hyphenate. Okay, so there. Now, if you look at your lines of type, you know, one starts here, another starts there. It's kind of noisy and messy. Okay, with something called the baseline grid, I can actually adjust everything and make everything align to that grid. Okay, so I'm going to go with baseline grid setting. I want my characters to space about line and a half. Okay, so 1.5 line space. So I'd go and set my baseline grid up to about 14 to 15 points. So I'd go on a Mac. You would go InDesign, Preferences, and choose Grids. Okay. And I would set this to 14 to 15 points. Okay, my increment. The start is, it always syncs up to your margins, and it's relative to the top of the page. So you don't have to fiddle with this, just this. Okay, so I've switched it to 15 points. And if I turn my grid's visibility on, show baseline grid, then I zoom in, there's my baseline grid. These ruled lines that I have here, okay, are the lines that my baselines will align to. Okay, so if I choose everything right there, and then I go to my paragraph formatting controls, and I align to the baseline grid, that's what my type now looks like, versus what we had, that jumbled mess that we had earlier. So align, this is not aligned to the baseline. This is aligned to the baseline. Okay, so much cleaner, there's much more breathing room, making for an easier read. Okay. So again, how do I activate the baseline grid, or how do I edit and set up my baseline grid first? I would go to the InDesign menu and go to Preferences and go to Grids. If I were on Windows, I would go Edit. There's going to be a Preferences option here at the bottom. And then I would have the same set of options here. Okay, so go to Grids. In the Grid options, you would change the increment. Okay. And it's usually for single space, it's usually, you usually add about 3 to 4 points to the type size. So if I wanted this single space, I would have gone with 13 points. And that's my document single spaced. Line and a half, then I would have, then that's why I set it to 15 points. Okay. And the other part to this is that your titles actually line up as well with the baseline grid. So if I zoom in a bit, my grid's going to be visible. And you'll notice that everything lines up. It's just more organized. We, of course, want to avoid this. And I'll show you how to fix that later. You do not want to start a paragraph with a single line. You always want at least 2 lines. This has to be fixed. Okay. You're ending the paragraph with a single word. At least 2 words. Okay. But then again, I'm not finished fixing this up. So we're going to get to that later. But for now, let's just focus on baseline grid. Any questions about the baseline grid? All right, take the silence as no questions. What I'd like everyone to do at this point is to open this file, 07 start. Because we're gonna work on this and make this document look like this. Not perfectly like it, but it's very similar. And I'd like to show you some tricks and techniques that you can use in InDesign. Please let me know when everyone has it open.
Done.
Done.
Good.
Yeah.
Joe, are you able to open? Joe, are you able to open the file?
What's file name again?
07 start. It's in the typography exercise. So if we were to go to if you go to your sorry, this part is blocking things. The Google Classroom. Sorry, I'm just going there myself so I can see what we need to use. I forgot what I named it as. So they're working with typography. It's lesson 07, and you should be able to download, you should be able to open. For those using CC versions, should have no trouble opening it. Those using lower versions might not be the case. So Joe, could you please try opening the IDML files that I just uploaded, see if you have better success. Yes? Okay. So I take it everyone has opened the file? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So taking silence as yes, we're all good, we're all set.
Sorry. Where can I find baseline again? Preference.
Yeah. So are you on Mac or Windows?
Mac.
Mac. InDesign, preferences, grids. Okay, so InDesign menu item, preferences, grids.
I see.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good. No worries. All right. Now, okay, so what we are going to do is we're going to start by making a copy of this file. So you can do a file save as, all right, and let's save this as typography. So let's save it in the same folder as your exercises. Okay, so you can put it in the lesson 7 folder if you'd like. Okay. So we save that. Now that it's saved as typography, we can start working on it. All right. And yeah, we're going to start by adjusting our baseline grid for this document. Okay. So in deciding what grid setting we're going to use, we're going to first check what type size we have. Okay. And I'm looking at this right now, at the copy that I have here. And I see that, well, looking at the spacing right now, it works. Okay. So all I'm going to do is use the same letting value that I have here for my baseline grid increment. And to set that up, I'd like everyone to go to either the InDesign Preferences Grids option or Edit Preferences, okay, and choose Grids, right, if you're on Windows. And once you have the panel, the Preferences panel open, just change the increment. Change that to 14 points. Make sure that you keep the PT in there, okay? So 14 points, click on OK. That's going to adjust your grid. That is going to adjust your grid. And now all we have to do is change our alignment. Okay. Now we'd like to do this for everything, for all our lines of type. So what we're going to do is we're going to, for the entire, we're going to want to do this for the entire story. So what we're going to do is we're going to click once using the type tool, click once into the main story. Okay, so click once in. Right. So, yeah, just give me a sec, guys.
Yeah, Sir Mike, Miss Jo mentioned something in the chat group na she's not able to open po.
Even with the new files that I set up and added to the...
Yeah, Jo, were you able to download the new files that Sir Mike uploaded in the Google Classroom? I can't hear you, dear. Sige, wait. You're on mute.
I put them outside the zip. They're separate from the zip file. So yeah, if you go to the Google Classroom and go to working with typography, you'll see that there's 07 start IDML and 07 end IDML file.
Yeah.
They're outside. Yeah. So could you try? So even with those, it isn't working, Joe?
This came back from a search.
Sorry.
Jo, you're on mute, girl. Can you unmute? We cannot hear you if you're saying something.
Yes, ma'am, you can hear me.
Okay. So, were you able to download?
Can I share my screen, ma'am, so that
Yeah, go ahead.
with me?
Sure, you can.
Here you go.
Yeah, that's the one. So, yung IDML, ma'am. This one and this one.
Double click, ma'am.
Yeah, download those, please. Oh, it's trying to preview. Yeah, click the back. Click the. Can
That happens to me. Try it again kapag medyo may problem yung internet connection that happens.
Can you?
Right click on it.
Yeah.
And then open in a new tab. Yan. Okay. Try that.
Okay, that new tab that you have up top, don't close there. Click on the new tab. Cats, can you try remote?
Let me see. Okay. So, yeah, all you have to do is click here, di ba? Just click this button. Download. The download button.
Yes, ma'am.
No,
This
no. Yes,
one.
correct. Yes, yes, yes. There you go. Okay.
Can I see
Alright.
student desktop?
Yeah, where's did you create a folder?
Yes po. Exercise.
Ayan, exercise. So you put it there na lang. There you go. Okay, save it. Alright. Then also do the same thing for yung 07 end.
Wait.
Actually, 7 is just a reference, so you can go ahead and just
Just the start
yeah. So
file.
you can open that, please.
Kerry. Sige pa.
Okay na po.
Yes, yes, yes. Now you try to go to that exercise folder on your desktop and then open yung 07 start in InDesign.
Okay, sige ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Uh,
Still screen sharing, Joe?
wait, sir.
Not anymore, sir. Okay.
Okay.
But I think she's already trying to open the file now.
All right. Has it opened? Or are we still getting an error?
Already open, sir.
Perfect.
Okay, that's good.
Glad it worked. Okay. So just for reference, what I did there was yesterday when I created the IDML files that are part of all your downloads, is that I used CC 2020. But since with the IDML files that I provided yesterday, Joe was saying that she couldn't access them with CS6. So if you do have a client or you have to work with someone that's using a lower version, try back saving or exporting to IDML using an older version of InDesign. See if that works. Okay. Basically, the IDML format serves two purposes. First purpose is for you to be able to share your files with people that use lower versions of InDesign. The second purpose to it is it's a recovery format. So let's say your InDesign document, when you get to a certain page, it crashes. Right? You can recover from the error behavior. Try to recover from the error behavior by opening the document, exporting it to IDML, and then opening the IDML file. Okay, maybe that'll help. Maybe. Okay. Now back to our exercise. So we've set up our baseline grid. We have to set up our baseline grid first. After we save this as typography, right? So you would go to either InDesign, Preferences, Grids, if you're on Mac, or Edit, Preferences, right about here, and choose Grids, if you're on Windows. Okay. With the grid panel open, you would just change the increment, set that to 14 points. Now click on OK. Right now, once you have all those, once you've made all those changes to the settings, we want to apply or to align all the lines of copy that we have here in this story, this main story that we have here, to the baseline grid. So how do we do that? You simply click into anywhere in this story, right? And then just press, for Windows users, press Control A. Okay, click anywhere with the type tool. You should see a blinking insertion point. Press Control A if you're on Windows. If you're on Mac, Command A. It should highlight all the lines. It should highlight the entire story, just like it's. You should see whatever I have on screen on yours as well. Okay. Once it is all highlighted like this, go to your control panel up top here. Click on Paragraph Formatting Options and choose this button. Okay, It'll give you a tooltip that says Align to Baseline Grid. Click that. It'll adjust everything and align all your lines of copy to the baseline grid. Okay. Now, so everything's now aligned to the baseline. Everything lines up. Everything's more organized. Okay. What we want to do is, what we want to do next is to give a little bit of breathing room between the headings that we have here, okay, and the paragraph that precedes it. Okay, we want to get a bit of emphasis. Okay, resist temptation to press the return key. That gives you an immediate line drop, right? It creates space, but what that does is it actually puts in a physical hard return or a paragraph return, okay? And if your paragraph happens to start on a new column, that hard return is going to show. All right? This is the top of my frame, and that hard return is right there. Okay. Instead, what I'd like everyone to do is this. So click on the phrase "the restaurant," go to your paragraph formatting options, and choose space after. Oh, sorry, space before. In this case, we want to add a space before. So we'll just make it 0p2. We'll add a 2-point space before. Sorry. Anyone need help?
Please step it soon.
Okay, so I take it everyone has added the space before? Yes? Okay. All right, so selection tool, space before, there. That's what we want to happen. So that's the proper way to add space before or after your paragraphs. Use the paragraph formatting option. Don't put in physical, or don't press the enter key just to create that space. Okay, that way everything just flows properly. And okay, after you've done that, click on the word the restaurant, go to Window, Styles, choose Paragraph Styles. That should open up your Paragraph Styles panel, like so. You'll notice that subhead is highlighted. Don't double click it. Right click and then choose Redefine Style. What that's going to do is also adjust this subhead that we have here and create that space. Okay. Now that that's done, please save your work. Control S or Command S, please. Okay. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to work on, yes, this. Okay. So please choose your type tool. Okay. And then click on the word sure anywhere in this word. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to create something called a drop cap. Okay. And to adjust your drop cap options, okay, you would go there. Here in paragraph formatting controls. This first option here controls the number of lines that your paragraph, your drop cap will drop. So I want to set that to 2 lines, okay, and leave the number of characters as it is. With that done, you can highlight the character, go to Window, Styles, and choose Character Styles, and choose Drop Cap. Okay. It'll apply a light green format, a light green color to your letter S, and also change the typeface to Caslon Pro Italic, I believe. And if you highlight or mouse over, choose the ornate letter S. That sets it in the typeface and uses the stylized character, stylized special character that we have. Okay. If what you have in your document looks like this, go ahead and save. If not, let me know.
Sir, can you repeat that again?
Sure. Which part? Everything?
Up to drop shadow.
Drop cap.
Drop cap, sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Okay. So how do I? Sorry, you mean this part too?
No, sir. Just only the
Just for the drop cap. Okay, got it.
drop cap
Can
only.
do several times. Okay. So I click into the paragraph, or in this case, I go to the word sure, and I would go to my paragraph formatting controls and go over here to this side of my control panel, and I change the number of lines from 1, I make this 2, it creates a drop cap. This option here controls the number of lines it drops. This controls the number of characters. In this case, we only want 1 character, so I'll keep it at 1, and this I switch to 2. Now, The next step is to highlight, okay? And I just used the character style that's built into this document. I go to Window, Styles, and choose Character Styles. And I chose the character style drop cap, okay? And that changes my format to Castellan Pro, bold italic, right? And for me to access that special character, I simply hover over the highlighted letter S and pick up the suggestion right here. If you do not see the suggested replacement, that suggested ornate character, you can go to Type, Glyphs, right? And choose, okay? By going alternates for selection, choose the letter S, ornate letter S.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, hope you got it going, and if you did, great. That means you can move on, unless anyone else has questions. Good. All right. So after, if your document looks like this, go ahead and press save, or press Command S on your keyboard or Control S to save your work. Okay. Now let's finish up on this, the left-hand side before we go on to the right-hand side. Okay. Now, one thing that bothers me is the spacing here. Okay. There's just too much space here, and it's a waste. Okay. So choose your selection tool. This arrow here. Click on this frame and nudge it up using the up arrow key on your keyboard till we get about something that looks like, ooh, it's not good. Yeah. This is almost, no. No, this is good. Good enough. Just about, yeah. Center it to that selection. That should be, this should be fine. Okay. Where you have, that's why I was that's why my instructions are use your keyboard up arrow key so that you don't get any lateral movement because it changes the game. So there. Okay. Just so that it is more, it uses less space. Okay. If you've done that, if it's positioned this way now, there isn't a hanger right here. You can go ahead and save. This was just really weird. This is way better. You can go ahead and save, and then we can shift over to the right-hand page that we have here. Okay. Here on the right side, not much has to happen in this area. You just have to do two things. Okay. First thing is to adjust this full coat. Okay. We want to choose the type tool. We want to adjust type size to about 18 points or even smaller, like so, right? And yeah, this is fine. And we can go to Object, right? Text frame options. And for vertical justification, center that. Click on OK, it centers it within the frame. Okay. Now we don't And that's the last thing we need to do for this frame right here. Okay, so we just wanted to clean up and tidy up the full coat that we had. All right, next thing we're going to do is choose the selection tool, the black arrow, click on this frame here, and just pull this window shade down a bit so that we have visibility on all the copy that we have that we need to show. Okay. Choose your type tool, click on this paragraph, Kelly Cordis Anton, the one that begins with Kelly Cordis Anton. All right, and what we want to do is enable something called a paragraph rule. Okay, so with this paragraph selected, click on panel options in control panel and go to paragraph rules. The rule above, we turn that on, turn preview on so we see what's happening. For the color, we'll choose the light green. Okay, and we adjust the offset and push it up, just so that it has better separation from the rest. Okay. So the nice thing about a paragraph rule is that it is part of the paragraph. It isn't just a physical line that's put there. Yes, you can also do this, but there's a difference. So if I create that line and apply the same stroke color, okay. Yes, the line is there. Net effect, visual effect is the same, but if my paragraph moves or flows, that line doesn't travel with it. Okay. So that's the reason why I would suggest you use paragraph rules instead. Because paragraph rules are part of the paragraph and they flow. Okay. So if you've added your paragraph rule, great, save your work. Okay, now here comes a fun but repetitive part where I want everyone to choose the type tool, highlight the fraction value, and pick the replacement or the suggested replacement. Do it for all the fractions that we have here. It's just like playing with bubble wrap. Now, if in case you don't have it, you're using an older version of InDesign, simply highlight, go to type, go to glyphs, change this drop down to alternates for selection, and InDesign will suggest. Okay. As soon as you highlight, InDesign will suggest a replacement in the glyphs panel. When you're done replacing all the fractions, please let me know. Sound off, or we can do it through chat.
Can you repeat the paragraph rule?
Oh, okay. Here. So choose your paragraph first. Panel options. Paragraph rules. All right. That opens the paragraph rules panel. And what you need to do is make sure you have rule above chosen. Check the box that says rule on to turn it on. We choose the light green or the yellowish color and adjust our offset to about 0p10, giving you this appearance and effect.
Where can I find this again, sir?
panel options.
Because
Okay,
it's
so
blocked by
you have your type tool selected first. Click into the paragraph. That will pull up either character or paragraph formatting controls. You would go to this button here. In my screen, you'll see it. I'm hovering over it. It's the panel options. Yeah, in the control panel. And then we choose paragraph rules. You can also try the shortcut. I really don't like memorizing shortcuts. So it's Alt Command J or Option Command J if you're on Mac. If you're on Windows, Alt Control J. And that should open this panel here. Did it work?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good. Great. Okay. All right. So go ahead and change the fractions, please. When you're done, please let me know.
Done.
Good.
Done, sir.
Done po.
Good. Everyone, I take it is done. Okay. Now, this will only work with CC versions. Choose your type tool. Click on the space between or space before the letter C and the word Caesar. Press the return key and then press the up arrow. Okay. What we've basically done here is we've created space. Okay, we've created a paragraph where I can put in a title. I'll just type in try this at home. Okay, and I will center this. So with this paragraph selected, I go to paragraph formatting options and I center. So it's centering itself in the column. Okay. And I'm going to go to my panel options again in control panel, panel options, and I choose span columns this time. Okay, I'll turn preview on so I can see what I'm doing. And I choose span, and I span all. Okay, and I want a little space after. Okay, so I'm going to go 0p10 just like our offset. And I click it OK. So the span columns option is available because I have a three column single frame. Okay. Right. Now, this feels kind of weird. It's lopsided. It's heavy on the left and the middle, and then suddenly, right, it ends abruptly with so much space. InDesign can fix that automatically for you. Just go to Object, Text Frame Options, and in your Text Frame Options panel, check this box that's easy to miss called Balance Columns, and click on OK. InDesign will balance the columns for you and reflow.
Where's that again, sir? Sorry.
No worries. Go to Object, Text Frame Options, and it's this checkbox here. Balance columns, click on OK, and it'll end up balanced, like so.
Sir, what do we need to change in balance options.
Nothing. You just have to check the box that says balance columns. Just check this.
Okay.
So with this off, that's what this looks like. With it on, and I click on OK. It's all balanced. Looks nice and looks well laid out. After you've balanced columns, go ahead and save. Okay. Once you've saved your work, okay, we're gonna just make a few changes here to this frame and we should be done with the exercise. Okay, so highlight this area from PM all the way to name. Okay, and what I'd like everyone to do is go to type and choose tabs. That'll open up the tab ruler. So we need a left justified tab. Okay, let me just zoom in here so you guys can see what I'm doing. All right, and I want, now you'll see that your tab ruler is actually synced up to your frame. Okay, we want a tab stop to show just before this area. This is a waste of space, there's too much. So we want it just about here. Okay, so I can line that up and click just about here. And that's it. Okay, so if you click just about here, you're set. Okay, and then I go over to this box here and I put period, space, and press return or enter. That adds these leaders, these dots. If your work looks like this, click on, you can close the ruler now and save your work. Questions? Anyone need help?
Sir, can you please repeat on the roller?
Okay. All right. So what we need to do is first highlight, okay, and then go to type, tabs, right? Make sure that I have left justified tab selected. And then I go to roughly just this space here. This is where I want to be. So I would click right about here. Okay. So I have my tab stop. And then I press period space in the leader box and press enter. And that creates my leaders. And that, once I have this, I'm good and I'm done. I know that this should still work with CS6. This hasn't changed for throughout all these versions. Okay, so once that's done, go ahead and save your work. Actually, at this point, it's not just save, it's file, save as. Choose the same file name and the same location because we're going to replace it. We are actually done working and done with this exercise. Okay, so yeah, with that said, why don't we take a 5-minute break and just stretch? Okay,
Okay.
all right, and grab a coffee and do what you need. Okay, all right. So I have two. So what I did was I just opened the default document. Okay, sorry, document in default size of letter. And okay, I've been assigned to work on these two stories. Okay, I click open, right? And I want this story to go here and this main story to go here. Okay, so I'm looking at the stories. So this is going to be very short. Okay, it's great. This is the bio. Okay, for of the author. So yeah, it's going to sit there. Okay, and then here I have a longer story, and I have to figure out how many pages it's going to consume. Okay. So one quick way to do so is to just delete that and re-import. So I go File, Place, or Control or Command D, and I choose the same document, and I click Open. Now, InDesign has three ways, okay, to flow copy or a story into a document. One is manual flow. Manual flow is what I did earlier. I just clicked anywhere inside there. Okay. What that does is it just imports and then stops. Okay. What I want to do is discover how many pages of letter size paper this story will consume. So I press the Shift key. This enables autoflow. And I click. InDesign now has created the additional pages needed to render my layout or render all the copy. Okay. So in this case, what I'm planning to do is have a very strong opening, so have some graphics and a title. So I'll need space for that. So I just do this. I'll just to budget the amount of space. So I have one page that's consumed already. I'll take these two here. Okay. And just about, yeah, give some space for the header. All right, give some space for footer right there. Okay, and do the same here. So here, and just about there. I'm just trying to do a rough estimation of my layout and what it's going to look like. So it looks like I'll need another page here. Okay, so I pop out my pages panel, and then set pages right there. So I'll add another page, and then I would click on this button here, which is my overset or my output, and drag that over there. So it looks like I'll need roughly about 5 pages. Okay, so great. Now I know that my layout, my idea for this is going to take about 5 pages. Okay, so autoflow is the way to go, especially if you're planning things out. Okay. First, find out how many pages it's going to consume. Okay, and then now I'll come to I have to decide whether I want to do a single column or if I want to do 2 columns. Okay, and this layout, okay, for something like this with this type size, you would want to limit, okay, just so it isn't a tiring read. Limit the number of characters per line. Okay, your maximum would be about 60. Your minimum would be about 55. All right. Um, just so that they don't have to hold the thought for very long. And anything shorter than 60, they would have to keep going down one line if reading it. Okay, so we'd go 55, 60, right? So I need to know how many characters I have right now in a line. So I choose my type tool and I go Window, Info, right? If I triple click on a single line, it highlights everything and gives me a character count right here. So it's Window, Info. If I triple click a line, it tells me I have 110 lines, sorry, 110 characters. Okay, so it's very long and it's ripe for a 2-column, right, layout. So in this frame here, I can do 2 columns, right? And just to validate, I'm in the neighborhood, right? 53, 2 characters short. That's great. That's fine. Okay, that's because I have this M dash right there. And I can do the same for this and this. Okay, I will then go to Object, Text Frame Options, because my option disappeared here. I'll make that 2 columns. Right, so there, here, and here. Text Frame Options again, and make that 2 columns. Oops, missed out on this. All right. Object, text frame options. Wish I had a bigger screen. There. Okay. So there. Now I have my 2-column layout looking great. Okay. So I can now start building on this, right? While working on a magazine, your editor might come in and say, yeah, we got some more pictures for that article. I'd like you to build it into the layout itself, okay? And this will eventually evolve into this. So let's open lesson 5 start. Joe, in your case, can you open the IDML file again that I prepared? It's in the Google Classroom. It is under flowing text. There's a 05 start IDML that you need to download and try working and opening that. All right, let me switch back to InDesign. So we'll open 05 start. And this exercise should be very, very easy to do. It's all just about flowing text, okay? And I'd like to show you 2 more ways to work with copy or work with stories in InDesign. Okay, now let me just highlight everything here and delete that. Delete this. Actually, yeah. Okay. Just undo everything there. Okay. Instead, story. Okay, I'm just setting up a few page guides here. and spread guides. Okay. All right. Now, so in cases where you have a set number of pages, okay, you don't want, and you're not allowed to exceed that number of pages that you have. What you would want to do is use another method of flowing text into your document, which is called fixed page autoflow. Right? And how to enable that is by just pressing two shortcuts. It's Shift and Alt. Okay. So first, you want to bring in the story or bring in the document that holds the story. So I go File, Place, which is the recommended way of importing anything into InDesign. I choose the document. I click Open. All right. And I press Shift and Option. That enables fixed page autoflow. Okay. So if I click, that'll import everything and just stop. Okay. And not create additional pages. Right. So in this case, I don't want to just start at the very top. I'd want to start here. So I press the Shift and Alt key, and then I click. Right? So it imports everything and then stops. No additional pages were created. Unlike with autoflow, where I press the Shift key, it'll create 4 or 5 pages that's needed. Okay, so let me undo that. And I'll use autoflow. So I just press Shift and I click. Right? Now it stops there. But if I had, if it didn't fit into all these pages, it would have created an extra page. Why don't I do that? Okay, so that's autoflow. We're going to let me delete this page too. This page as well. All right. So autoflow. Boom! It created that extra page. Fixed page autoflow. Shift Alt and click. Okay, so it stops there. All right. So that's the difference between the two. And then the last way to flow text is semi-auto, which is great for layouts such as this. I already have the layout, and all I want to do is start importing the copy, okay, which is what everyone will be doing in a bit. Let me show you what we have to do. So File, Place, Control D or Command D, import local stats and long biking, both of them. Click Open, right? InDesign shows you a preview or a snippet of what you're importing. You want to be importing the name, Alexis K, into this frame. Now, you don't even have to drag. There is already an existing frame here. When you see your place gun, such as this with parentheses, that means there's already a frame that's going to receive the copy. This is what we want to see. You click, it imports it in there. I move on to the next section. I see that there's already an existing frame. I can click anywhere here. As long as I see the parentheses, okay? I don't see this, but I see this. Okay, when I hover over this area, I click in there. It goes in there, okay? Then I will pick up the overset. And this time, I will not just click, but instead, I am going to press the Alt or the Option key. What this does is it enables semi-auto flow. So I click, right? And then I scroll down I see that I have two guides here, 1 and 2. So that tells me I want to be dragging a text frame from here all the way to here. But before I do that, so I don't have to click the overset icon again, I'll press the Alt key right before I create my frame. Create my frame, I stop there. I still have a loaded place gun. Place, okay, there, and then here, all the way to there. And finally, well, I need one more page, so I'm going to create an extra page right about here, okay? And the way to do that with this document is by going to my Pages panel, looking for this master page, I click and I drag, okay? And then drag this out. I can now not press the Alt key and just create the frame. Okay, that's what I'd like everyone to do now. Right. So let's go through this. Go to the very first page that we have, right? And let's go ahead and choose File, Place. Let's choose both the local stats document and the long biking feature document that should be in the lesson 5 folder as well. Go ahead and click open. That creates or gives you a loaded place gun. Hover over the local stats frame. Once you see parentheses, just click into it. Hover over this frame. Before you click, press the Alt key. And this frame, keep the Alt key pressed, click. You can then release the Alt key or the Option key, scroll down to this page, press the Alt key, drag your frame between the guides. Do the same here. If you make a mistake, just press the undo key, Control Z, press Alt, and then drag it all the way down, right about there. Okay, and then to create that extra page, just drag the Feature 2 column feature master page over to the left side and click and drag for the last frame. That's it, you're done. It's that easy to import your copy into an InDesign document. Once you have all that in there, go ahead and do a file save as, and let's save this as flow. So with that saved, we're going to make a few more changes. Has everyone flowed everything in?
Sir, question. On the last
Sure.
page, we don't need to press Alt.
Huh?
On the last page, we don't need to
No need
press
to.
Alt.
No more. Yeah. You don't need to. We want to keep that frame. We don't have to press the Alt key because if you had it pressed, it's going to keep trying to add more copy, even if there's none. All right. So, yeah. Everyone good? Sound off, please.
Yes.
Okay, good, Jonah. Thank you. Christine, you good? Any questions?
Yes, sir. I'm good.
Cool. Noy and Lark, you good?
I'm sorry. Wait, I'm still looking for the text file.
You're looking for the file. The less, sorry, which ones?
Article, sir, where can I find it?
It's in the folder, in the same folder that you downloaded yesterday. They should be inside the lesson 5 folder that you downloaded. It's in the zip file.
Okay, sir, I see it.
All right, good. Let me know if you need any help. Okay. Now, yeah. Let's just give Noy a few minutes to catch up. Any other, does anyone have any questions about semi-autoflow, autoflow, and fixed page autoflow, and even manual flow? All clear on their specific use? Yeah? Okay. Johnny, you good?
Okay.
Okay. All right. Noy, just let us know when you're done.
Sir, it doesn't open with InDesign.
You should place, not open. Choose File, Place, or press Command. You're on Mac, right?
Yes, sir.
Press Command D. D for dog. Okay, that opens. I know it's kind of confusing because you basically get the same panel, right? But when you choose File Open, InDesign expects to open an InDesign document. But if you choose File Place, it allows you to import everything. Okay, import any, pretty much any third-party document that you have, or a document that's created in a third-party app.
Sir, can I share my screen?
Yeah, go for it. Okay. Okay. So click cancel first. Now go to File, Place. Place. Not open, place. Press Command D for dog. Command D. Yeah. See the title of the window now, and it's highlighting. It's letting you highlight and select. So select both, click open. Great. All right, for that copy, nope, over to the left side. Click into the local stats frame. Lower. You're way too far. Hold on. Okay, you want to click in there. Yes, perfect. Click. All right. Scroll over to the right now. Yep. Now press the Alt key when you click into this frame here. Press the Alt key. Click. Yep. All right. Keep the Alt key pressed. Click again onto the next frame. Yep. Click there. Good. Now scroll down. Over to the, yep. Good. Okay. And yes, that's one way to do it. All right. Press the Alt key, click again. Okay, good. All right. Over to the right side. Now, what I'd like you to do, instead of just clicking into the column, I want you to press the Alt key and click from here and drag all the way to here. Good. So it's creating a single frame. You can release. We can fine tune that. It's fine. Good. Okay. Now you're out of pages. So you need to click on the pages panel up top here. Pages panel. Yep. And all right, scroll in this area. All right, good. Scroll down or drag that, yeah, there. Take this, drag it here. Yep, good. Now you can release the Alt key. You don't have to press anything. Just click and drag in this area. Good. Good. Good, we're done. Now go ahead and save your work as flow. Okay, you put it in the desktop if you'd like. Yep. All right, now let's go back to page 1.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome. Got to be a help. Let me start sharing. Okay, so local stats frame. This is, yeah, good, sure. But, okay, so this frame needs a bit of work, right? For one, the text is formatted in black, so it isn't that legible, right? So what we want to do is we want to make that white, okay? And there's actually a preset paragraph style for us to use. So what I'd like everyone to do is click on the frame first, like so. Okay, so click on the frame and then go to Window, Styles, Paragraph Styles. Joe, for you, it's just Window, Paragraph Styles. Okay. All right, from the Paragraph Styles panel, scroll up to the top and choose White Sidebar Text. That'll format this in white copy. And you should now be able to read it and see it. Yes? Did it work for everyone?
Could you say that again, sir? White sidebar text?
Yes, white sidebar text is what you need to choose. You can choose that from the very, it's in the paragraph styles panel near the top.
Got it.
Okay. All right. So if it's now, if your copy is now all white, great. Choose your type tool. And what we need to do, let me zoom in. I showed you guys, I showed this to the group earlier, but let's do it now. Okay, so highlight everything, highlight this entire paragraph. 4 clicks in a row, a quadruple click will actually highlight the entire paragraph. 5 clicks will highlight all the copy. So it's one of the things you can practice and play with, but in my case, because I'm using a trackpad, I click and drag, it's easier for me. And I go to my paragraph formatting controls, sorry, my character formatting controls this time, and I choose my tracking options. I go to my tracking options and I choose -5 to pull the word father up and clean this up. Okay, so this is what I end up with. Okay, now there is another runt here that I have to fix. So I go to the space or this area here, urban, and In cases where you have very short copy, there's not much that tracking can do. So instead, you press Shift and press Enter. What that'll do is push or create a forced line break. Okay, so it's a forced line break. It isn't a hard return. It isn't a full paragraph return. Here's the difference between the two. If I press the return key, it creates that odd space because it treats it as a paragraph. This paragraph style has space before and space after set up. Okay, so as not to add that space before, I just press Shift Enter or Shift Return. Okay, to put in a forced line break. With that forced line break entered or input, you can go ahead and save your work. We can now move on to the rest of the copy. Okay, so in this here, what we will do is we will just tidy things up a bit. Okay, so here, this frame, two separate frames. That's fine. That's the intention here. But in this frame here, ideally, you want to work with fewer frames. The reason why we can't use a single frame in this area is you have two differently sized areas. Okay, we want this frame to go all the way down to this part right here. This frame stays up there so that it shows this graphic over here. Okay, but here we're in the clear for using the entire page, okay, or using most of the page. So what we want to do is instead of having a single column, we want this frame broken up into multiple columns. So I go over here to this field and make that 2, right? Scroll down. For this, I'm good. So I make that 2 again. All right, here, make that 2. All right, but I want to make a little adjustment here and just snap that into place. Okay, and then here, break it up into 2 columns. All right, and okay, because this is my last frame, okay, I can now do something special with 2 special things. I go to Object, Text Frame Options first. And I will use the Balance Columns option to balance things out. The other thing I want to do is for my frame to automatically size itself depending on the content that's available. Okay, so I would go to the Auto Size tab, right? And then turn Height Only on, and then set the auto sizing from top going down. All right, so I choose this button and I click on OK. That's what I have now, a balanced automatically sizing column. If my copy were to be edited or my copy change, my placement of my copy, the flow of my copy here changes, this resizes and moves together with that change to support that change. Okay, so there, this is good, this is good. Now, quick review. Okay, so this looks great. No runts. We got no runts here, but a runt over here. So we want to fix that. Okay, but before we go to fixing runts, we want to make sure we fix widows and orphans first. This paragraph that we see here on my screen is called a widow. It's a paragraph that starts with one line. We want our paragraphs to at least start with 2 lines. There's a quick way to fix this in InDesign. First, I switch over to my type tool, and then I click on the paragraph, right? Then I would go panel options, and I choose keep options. So again, type tool, click on the paragraph you want to change, panel options, keep options. With keep options visible, I would just click this checkbox or mark this checkbox, keep lines together. It's going to start and end all the paragraphs, or this paragraph at least, with 2 lines. So I click on OK. It jumps over to the next page, right? And that feels right. So what I need to do is fix this runt over here. And I can start from the back going up. So how do I fix this? Okay, just like the other runt that we fixed, we want to try -5 tracking, -10, or a positive value of 10, or a positive value pushing it 25. Yeah, that works. Or even better, why don't we just, push this entire thing down? Okay. And, oh, sorry. No, that breaks another rule. So we want to do keep options first. Keep lines together, click on OK. There it is. So that works. That's fixed. I can then move up further. Here, you have the word bag. This should be an easy fix. All we have to do is pull it in by setting tracking to -5. Set there. Okay. Here, I want to fix this. So let's go ahead and try a -5 track value. See if that fixes it, or -25, or even a -20 value, which should fix it. So that's, yeah, cleaner. This ended up becoming an orphan. So we want to fix that and go for keep options. Should have noticed that before I made the adjustment, but it's great. Anything else affected? No. Bag is still good. Yep, good. Okay, no orphans, no runts. Bingo. Runt. Fix that. -5. That's it. Okay. So once I've fixed all of that, I go ahead and save. And that's all set. Okay. So again, to fix widows and orphans, which means paragraphs that start with 1 line or end with 1 line, you would choose the paragraph, click panel options, and choose keep options. Then mark the box that says keep lines together and click on OK. To fix runts, or words that end a paragraph, single word end to a paragraph, you would either choose to use tracking adjustments, positive or negative. Positive pushes things further apart or widens the tracking. Negative value tightens the tracking. Okay. This is a widow, so we want to fix that. So we go to keep options, keep lines together. Okay. So it starts in the next frame. Really quickly. Yeah. And this is pushing it. we can fix it. It wouldn't help, wouldn't hurt to do a -10 or +10. See if that helps. +25. That's too much. It's too obvious. Let's go with 20. Even that's too obvious. Try 15. That works better. There. Not that obvious. It looks weird already, but yeah, it'll pass. Okay. Good. All right. Good right there. Okay. Looks like we're good. So let's go ahead and in this case, we can do a file save as and replace because we're actually done working on this. So two things in closing to this, right? After you import everything and format everything, check your work. Go through it, go through the document, go through the story, look for runts, look for widows and orphans. To fix your widows and orphans, keep options is there, panel options, keep options. To fix your runts, you change your kerning. Oh, sorry, not your kerning, but your tracking. Okay. Everyone good? We good? Yeah?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
All right. You need time to finish up and button up things? Yeah, you good? John, you need to button up? Or you good? Okay. All right. Yeah, John was, I can see by the way his eyes are moving, he's actually checking his document. All right. So yeah. So after you import any copy, right, that's the process that you should be going. Okay. Review your document, make sure that everything is in place. Okay. You can also try applying the baseline grid thing to your paragraphs if you'd like. All right. I didn't do it for the purpose of this, just for this exercise. But normally if I would do a layout, I would use the baseline grid and align to that. Okay. So there, that. The other thing before we move on is baseline, that, check your work. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay. Do you have any questions about this exercise or topics covered in this exercise? No? Okay. We're going to move on to the next topic, okay, which is, I believe, working with styles. Just give me a sec. Let me just check something here.
Can I have a different question, sir?
Sure.
Can you use InDesign to design email? You know, this. Sometimes I receive fancy emails, and I'm not sure what program they use to do that.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. Yes, you can. Okay. Yes, you can. But those emails, they're actually made. Those fancy emails are usually made with or formatted because it's email. It's formatted using HTML. And there are third-party services such as MailChimp or Mailstorm that you can sign up for, and they do it better. Okay.
Okay.
The added value to it is it also protects your email account from being tagged as spam. Okay, that's the added benefit. But
Okay.
in terms of designing things, yes, you can use InDesign to do your layout. But bear in mind, everything that InDesign does is not is doesn't translate directly so well into HTML. Okay. Um, okay.
I saw something. I'm not sure where it was, but there was an HTML
Yes.
button in.
Yes.
Okay.
You can export to HTML, but what that does um, is that it creates a CSS file. Okay. It basically creates an HTML file. Okay. But it doesn't translate too well when put onto a web browser or when sent via email.
Okay.
Okay. Um, yeah. Okay. So yes. And I'm sharing this from experience more than because um, yeah, we would do campaigns, right? And when we do email campaigns or lead generating campaigns via email, um, we never use our own email accounts. Okay, when we do a marketing campaign, we always opt to use a third party service because when you start sending bulk emails out, you run the risk of being tagged as a spammy account. And if your email address is tied into a domain, if you're using a custom domain, and that domain is also your company website, that could affect your domain's usability and visibility with search engines, together with even antivirus software. If your domain is tagged as spammy, it could be blocked by your browsers, by antivirus software, and all that.
Okay. Thank you for that info, sir.
And you're welcome. And um, I just wish that years ago someone told me this before I started messing things up.
Is
Right?
that HTML thing with InDesign the same as interactive PDF or something?
No, they are two different things. A PDF is we'll get to this later when we export our documents. All right, but a PDF is something totally different. Um, PDF is a portable document format. It doesn't translate too well. You can email it, but it's going to be emailed as an attachment. They would have to download it separately.
Okay.
What you can do straight out of InDesign in Afterthought, if you're just sending out a couple of emails, you're not going to be doing a full blast marketing campaign sending to thousands of people. What you can do instead is if you're basically DIYing this, is export your InDesign layout as a JPEG and then embed that into your email. So if it's just going to be sent to a few people, export your InDesign layout, do your layout in InDesign. It'll look great. Export that to JPEG, and then embed that JPEG file that you have in your email. They'd only be viewing it as a JPEG, but well, you won't have to worry about HTML formatting or reformatting your document.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So that's the best advice I can give you when it comes to working with InDesign and email campaigns. Okay. Any other questions from the group before we go into working with styles? Okay. All right. If there are no questions, why don't we take a 5-minute stretch? Okay. Let's get up, stretch, take 5 minutes, and come back. And then we're going to start working on styles. I'm going to run with that for now until someone says otherwise. Okay. All right. Next topic is all about styles. Okay. So with InDesign, we actually can come up with or create 5 different styles. Okay. And those styles being character styles, which affect characters in our copy, paragraph styles, which apply to entire paragraphs, okay. And then cell styles and table styles, which apply to tables, okay, in InDesign, or tables created in your InDesign layout. And then we can apply them to objects, okay, anything that isn't text, okay, or sorry, you can apply them basically to any object, whether it's a text frame or an InDesign drawn object, a graphic. Okay, and so yeah, those are the 5 styles: character styles, paragraph styles, cell styles, table styles, and object styles. Okay. Now, what you're seeing right now is the actual document that we will be working on. Okay, and this document makes use of character styles, such as this. So if I open my character styles panel, I have a character style for company name. I also have a character style for the drop cap. I have a paragraph style, okay, or can create a paragraph style for this subhead. My title, okay, I can create a paragraph style for this, sorry, right? So here I have head 2, and head 2 applied. Here I have head 1. Here I have head 4 applied to all these column heads. And then here I have table body, the paragraph style applied to it. Okay. And here I have my head 3 style applied. This uses the T body style. Okay. And it's a special style because it makes use of something called nested styles. Okay. They're basically a paragraph style that has additional formatting applied to it. And it's made possible by having characters that you can tie your character styles to. Okay. We'll go through it. Okay. And here we have another table with the table style and paragraph style combo applied to it. Okay. So why use styles? For consistency and for you to be able to come up with a consistent and coherent layout. Okay, there's no jump between. Basically, everything looks the same. Okay, everything looks the same, and it's formatted exactly the same way all throughout, consistently done. Okay, everything looks, really well put together. Okay, so how do we get to that? How do we start? How do we make these styles? Okay. Styles can be created from pre-formatted copy. So let's say you are doing the layout from scratch. You would first format the copy the way you want. Let's say I formatted this ahead of time. Oh, I spent some time formatting this. Okay, and I'm ready. This is good. This is what I want my head 2 style to look like. I would then format it first. Okay, and then I would then create a new paragraph style. Okay. And then that becomes my paragraph style. And to apply a paragraph style, you would simply click onto the paragraph and choose the style. So why don't I stop talking and start showing? right? So let me open lesson 9, the start file. Okay, I start doing that. So I highlight this first. If I look at my head styles, I don't have head 2 yet, so I'll go ahead and format that. So I'll go 18 points, okay, and I want this semi-bold, right? So with that created, with that implemented here, I can then go to my heads folder and click new paragraph style, all right, and then type head 2 as the name. Okay. And InDesign will automatically pick up what formatting I have. So I click on OK, and there it is. And I can then just go here and apply the style, here, and apply the style. It's that easy. Okay. For the character style, I'd go first and make sure that I don't have anything. So I don't. All right. I would then format this the way I want. So I would go in and make this semi-bold as well. And then I would change the character color. So I go to my control panel, go to my character fill options, click this box, and choose my burgundy swatch. Okay. All right. And then click on OK. And that's that. And I make this small caps by clicking this button here. So that's set there. And I would go ahead and create a new character style. And then let's go company name. All right. So now that I have a style, what I can do even better, even further is, apply this to all the instances of Expedition Tea Company and make this consistent and make this and further strengthen the brand in this layout. So what I want to do is I'll just copy this. I will have InDesign, I'm a big fan of automation, so I'll have InDesign do all the work for me. So I'll just go to Edit, Find, okay, Find and Change. And in the Find and Change panel, I'll paste what I have, Expedition Tea Company, and then I will apply format to it. So I want to apply my company name character style to all instances of Expedition Tea Company. And I'll tell InDesign to match, make it case sensitive, make it whole word instances only. Okay, so case sensitive and whole word. Then I change all. I want this to work throughout the entire story, or actually the entire document. So I change all. 2 replacements have been made, and that's done. So it's now formatted the exact same way this is. Okay, so there. 2 styles that make your life easier. You have your character styles and your paragraph styles. Now, what I'd like everyone to do is now, well, first, let's go ahead and highlight Expedition Tea Company and the trademark symbol that's tied to it, the first instance of it. Okay, so let's highlight that in our documents. If you have does everyone have 09 start open? Sound off, please.
Not yet.
Not yet?
Yes.
Well, good. The ones that don't, please go ahead and open. Joe, in your case, you would have to open it, open the IDML file that I added to, I forgot what I named it.
I already opened, sir.
Okay, good, good, great. Okay, so it's in the working with styles file, so great, you have it open. Please highlight Expedition Tea Company And what I'd like everyone to do is change our format to semi-bold, right? Make sure that you change it to small caps and change the character color to burgundy, okay, which is, yeah, this C43 M100 Y100 K30 swatch. Okay. So once that's done, go to Window, Styles, Character Styles for those using CC. For those using other versions other than CC, please go to Window, Character Styles. Okay, when you have the Character Styles panel open, click Panel Options, New Character Style. Okay, and name this company name and click on OK.
Sir, need help.
Yep. Go ahead. Share your
Can
screen.
I share my screen?
Yep, go ahead. Waiting for the share to happen. There you go. Ah, you have a peach highlight. Font's missing. Can you highlight? Can you highlight the copy that's highlighted in pink? Okay, and then click on the character formatting options here, please. Here. Here. Okay. All right. So you're missing Caslon, regular. Okay. Go to Edit, Find, and Replace. No, not Find. Sorry. Go to Type, the Type menu. Okay. And find font, please. No, not the font. Find font. There. Okay. Click on Caslon. Right. Okay. Now click on this drop down. See if you have Caslon. Type CAS. Nothing. Scroll up. Click again. All right. Scroll, type in CAS and scroll up. Nothing there. Okay. Let's see what we can do. Hold on, please. Could you open up a browser window, please, and go to fonts.adobe.com? That should redirect to Typekit or where you can enable.
No, your screen is stuck on InDesign CC, so we're not seeing your browser, ha? Baka if you need help navigating within the website, you have to show us your screen. There you go. Okay.
So type in Caslon there. Go ahead. And Adobe Caslon. Perfect. Click that. All right. Just toggle this switch. Yep. All right. You can stop sharing because we're going to see you log in. Go ahead and log in to your Adobe online account.
Sir, I don't have an Adobe account right now.
Oh, okay. That's fine. So that's why.
Oh, well, what if we change just for this exercise? We change little bit similar, if it's possible.
If that's the case, sure. Let me just come up with an alternative here.
Same on my
Computer.
yes, sir.
Yeah.
I can't. I tried to fix it, but my internet is very slow.
Okay, no worries. So this is using Caslon. What can we use? For those with an issue with Caslon, the appearance is going to change drastically, but the closest I can come up with, closest I have in mind, is Times New Roman. And that's, I'm pretty sure that should be available on most computers. So how do we fix this? Okay. You would go type, for those with a problem with Caslon, all right? So go to find replace font under the type menu. And then you should have a warning, right? Noi, you mind sharing your screen again? And I can use yours to talk other people through it.
Yes, sir. It's share. It's still share.
Give me a sec. Let me switch over to that then. Okay, good. All right, so with Caslon Pro highlighted, okay, yeah, click that. Okay, and then choose Times New Roman. So type in times, not times, but Times New Roman. See what's below that. There you go. Choose Times New Roman. All right, and then change all. Okay, click done. All right, and let's have a look at your InDesign screen again, please. Show me what your document looks like. There. Yeah, it's changed a bit, but that's fine. So yeah, let's just go with this. So highlight okay, Expedition Tea Company all the way to trademark. Good. All right, and then let's see if we have a semi-bold style. Let me annotate. So character formatting options, yeah, here. Nothing. Let's just go with bold. Okay, and then click this button here. There you go. Okay. All right, and then here. And this. Yep. That's the one. So make it burgundy. Okay, good. Now you can collapse that button. You're all set. Okay, what do we do next? We would go to our character styles. Okay, so go to Window. Let me clear everything first. Okay, go to Window, Styles, then Character Styles. Perfect. And then click Panel Options. Sorry, before you do that, highlight Expedition Tea Company all the way to trademark. Good. Now click, yeah. Then New Character Style. Okay. Let's give this a name, company name. Okay. Right, and click on OK. Good. All right, next step. Go to Edit and choose Find/Change. Good. And you can still press Copy. Press Command C on your keyboard. Okay, and then try pasting here. Command V. Did that work? No? Highlight that. Actually, wait. No, highlight only all the way to company. Yeah, good. Now copy and then paste. Right? And then choose change format. Click here. Okay. Then click here. Company name. Click OK. All right. And then click change all. Okay. One replacement. Click on OK. All right. Now, wait. Let me clear all my annotations because we want to change this thing here. To document. Now change all. Good. Done. What that did is it applied it to Expedition here and there. That's why it said 3 changes were made. Christine, you good?
Thank you, sir.
I got stuck on that format search. I'm in the Expedition Tea Company and then change to.
All right. Okay. Can you share your screen or?
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry. Let me just get out of this screen and. Sorry, whose screen is this?
Maybe mine or not.
Yeah, 2 students are sharing their screen, sir. One is Noy and one is Christine. You may want to double check the one on top. Christine is sharing a fine change window.
Okay, good. All right, here we go. So Expedition Tea Company, good. Yes, here. Let me help you out there. And what we need to do is click this area. Yeah, click there. Good. And click here. Good. Click OK. All right. Wait, stop. Good, perfect. Document, change all. 4 replacements have been made. That's good. Click on done. We want to see what those changes were. Ooh. Okay, that's fine. Can you click on company name, please? Edit that style. Double click that, please. This style here. Yeah, good. I heard you double click. Could you try it again, please? Oops, no, you're editing the name. Double click that. No?
Oops.
Right click on it, please. Edit. Good. Basic character formats. Okay. Change this to bold. Okay. Character color this time. Burgundy. Yep, that one. Okay. Now click on OK. Good. So that looks better. One last change, please. Can you right click here? Edit. Good. Let's go to basic character formats. All right, and here in the case, small caps. Click on OK. There you go. You're good.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Okay, so let me start sharing mine, and you can stop sharing yours. Okay, so that fixed that. Next thing we're going to work on is a paragraph style. Okay, so let's highlight loose leaf tees, please. Okay, we want to make that 18 points in size, and let's make it semi-bold. For those who have Caslon installed, let's choose semi-bold. For those that do not, let's choose bold as the style or as the format. So change it here, change the type size to 18, bold or semi-bold, Caslon Pro or Times New Roman. Okay. Once that's done, keep the copy highlighted. Then let's go to Window, Styles, Paragraph Styles. That opens up this panel right here. Make sure you click into the Heads section. Okay. Then click Panel Options, New Paragraph Style. Give it a name, Head Space 2. And then click on OK. Right? Now, what happened there is that we applied formatting, but we didn't apply the style. So what I'd like everyone to do is in the Heads Paragraph Style section, with loose leaf tees selected, click on Head 2. Okay. Then we're going to start applying the style now, right? Select or highlight Tea Gift Collections, click Head 2. Teapots and tea accessories, highlight anywhere there, click Head 2. So it applies the paragraph style to those paragraphs. Question? All right. So really quickly, can we start sharing our screen so I can check what's going on with your documents? Okay, so I'm looking at your screen, Noi. Yeah, good. Now, can you go to paragraph styles, please? Yeah. Bold. Good. So go to Window, Styles, Paragraph Styles. Good. Okay. And that should open up your Paragraph Styles panel. You got Head 2 going on there. Perfect. So that's created. Just a matter of applying it now to the T. Yep, move that out of the way. T gift collections. Click anywhere there in the T gift collections. Just give me a sec. Stand by. Up, 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 up. Yep. See that top of the page? T gift collections. Click there. Now choose Head 2. Okay. Highlight teapots and tea accessories. Here. Let me annotate. Yep, you got it. Head 2. All set. You're good. All right. Let's go on to.
Okay.
All right, Jonah, you're good. Can you just do me a quick favor and click on loose leaf tees? And open up your paragraph styles. Okay, choose Head 2. Perfect. Okay. Yep, you're set. You're good. How about the other ones? Can you click on T? Yeah, good. Whose screen is this? Christine. Yep. Can you click on teapots and tea accessories? Okay, good. You're set.
John is also sharing his.
Yep, I'm
screen.
looking at it now. Yeah, John, you're good. Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Let's. Joe, are you good?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good. Let me start sharing mine. John, you can stop sharing yours. Okay. Okay, what's next? Next is that we're going to skip that we carry a wide selection, a drop cap. We've gone through it already, and to be honest, I feel it kind of looks weird. Okay, so we're going to skip that. This is where I'd like to focus. Okay. Now, this area, this is basically an InDesign table. Okay, how it's created, pretty easy. Let me just start a new document. Okay. Right. So an InDesign table is very similar to a table created in Microsoft Word. Okay. So and InDesign tables are actually text objects. So it needs a text frame to live in to be able to create for you to create a table. Okay. So you create a text frame, go to table, insert table. Okay. We need a 4x4 table. But the neat thing about InDesign tables is that you can set up something called header and footer rows. Okay. With that set up right here, so I have 4x4. Okay. I can then put in head 1, head 2, head 3, head 4. Okay. Then this is my body, blah. I can't copy and paste in blocks because what it's going to do is create an inset. Okay, and then for this, I will just highlight everything and I will merge my cells. And this is, okay, current subject, change without prior notice. Okay. So that's my table. Now, because I set it up with a header and footer row, I can actually flow my table into separate frames. And the header and footer row are inherited wherever my table goes. Okay. So that's how to set up a table and use your header and footer rows. Clear so far? You don't have to do this. I just wanted to show you how to make the table.
Sir, how do you merge it again? The
How do
column?
we merge cells? Or make them one big table again?
Yes, sir.
One big table again, just adjust your frame. Okay, and to merge cells, you would simply select the row or the cells you want to merge and click this button.
Okay.
Right. So now I can close this and not save and go back here. So that's how this table was created. Okay, most likely. Of course, they can import Microsoft Word tables. But, okay, for us to format this table correctly, we have to do a couple of things. Okay, we have to apply a style, or we need a paragraph style to apply to the heads here, and we need a paragraph style for the body copy here. So, right, and then we'll create a table style that formats everything else. Okay. And the cell style to format the head. Okay, so do we have all the ingredients we need to make a great looking table? Yes, we do. Well, at least when it comes to the paragraph styles. So for this row, okay, for this row, I know that it's using head 4. For this row, it's using table body. Yep, all good there. Okay, so my paragraph styles are covered. I don't have to make any changes there. But what I want to do now is switch over to Window, Styles, and I go to my cell styles. Okay. I want to create a style for my table head. Okay, so I'll go ahead and choose New Cell Style and label this or name this table head. Okay, and it uses the head 4 style. Okay, and for strokes and fills, for the cell fill, I want yellow at 70%. So it's slightly lighter. Okay. Actually, no, let me edit that and back to strokes and fills. No, I'll blitz this out and make it a full-on color. Okay. So I have my table head. Okay. Then I'll go to table styles. I click new table style. Right? And this is going to be T named T table. For my header row, I want the table head style to be used. Okay, and then for my fills, I want an alternating pattern of every other row. Okay, yellow, 20%. Okay, and I click OK. Right, so why isn't it showing? Because it hasn't been applied to the table. So I go and choose the table and apply. And there it is. Okay, And then I can go to the other table that I have here, click anywhere here, apply. Okay, it's that easy. So let's go ahead and do just that. So first off, we have to create our table styles, okay? Or sorry, our cell style for the table head. Right? So we go to cell styles, and you can go to new cell style, right? Name this table head, and for the paragraph styles, choose head 4. Okay. Then go to strokes and fills, and for the cell fill area, choose the yellow swatch C4 M15 Y48 and click on OK. Then for the table style, click new table style. Name this table T table. For the header row section, choose table head. Then we switch straight over to fills and choose every other row. Choose C4 M15, click on OK, and finally apply the style to your table. Choose T table and apply the style here as well. Choose T table. And I will stop sharing, and you guys can go ahead and share your screens so I can check what's going on. Jonah, great. Could you click once in there? T table is selected. It looks great. Scroll down to the last one, please. Last page. Somewhere. Scroll down somewhere. Bingo. See that table? Click there. Apply. Yep. Nope. That won't work. Click once. Type tool, please. Click once. Then, yes, there. See? Your text, your table is a text object, so you need the type tool. And when you're applying a style, the great thing about InDesign is understands where you're at. As long as you're inside the table, you can apply the style. Okay, thank you for sharing. So next one, please. John, you good? Can I see the last table, please? Last page. Bingo, good, perfect. Next, Noi, how are we doing? Okay, choose your type tool first. Tools panel, type tool. Good. Now click into the table. I see. Hold down the command key first. Then click on the table. Okay. All right. Now click with the type tool. That's good. Yeah. Click with the type tool anywhere inside the table. No? Okay. There you go. Now try applying your table style.
Where can I find that again, sir?
Table style, right here. In the, yeah, see it? Good. Ooh, we haven't created it. Could you go to cell styles first? Okay. All right, so let's start. Click this button. Okay, new cell style. Yeah, table head. Head 4. Click on OK. This is just going to format that row. Now, sorry, I forgot one more thing. Click on this again, please. Double click. Strokes and fills. Whoops. sorry, let me clear everything. Wait. Table head. Double click. Good. Now go to strokes and fills. Yes. And this area is what we want to change. No, no. Not that. There. Yes. Yes. Okay. Okay. Good. That's good. That's what we want to happen. Now we go to table styles. Good. Panel options again. New. Good. All right. T table. Header row. Table head. Okay. Fills. Here. Yeah. Okay. And this. Every other. Okay. Good. Yes, that. Now click on OK. Now click anywhere in the table and choose this. There you go. Okay. Scroll down to the last page. Yeah, bingo. Click anywhere in this table. Yep. Yes. Oh, there. Good. Perfect. Now, one thing I'd like you to do, click on this button. Click on reset. You have a nice tidy workspace again. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Let's just check who else is. All right. So that's pretty much. Christina, you good? And Joe, are you good?
No, sir. Can I share my screen?
Yeah. Sure. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. What are we looking at? Okay. So in this, click on that table with the type tool.
Tab tool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And all right. So with the type tool, click anywhere here. Okay, good. And click this. Yeah. All right. Now, why this is, that's fine. But can you right click on this thing here? On the style? Edit. Okay. Table head is fine. And let's go to fills. Change this. And choose this. Click on OK. There you go. Much better. Looks more like
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. And it's a great seg because that's how you would be able, that's one advantage of using styles. Because you're using styles, you can affect all the objects that use that style, okay, by just making one change to the controlling style itself. All right. And just an example of Christine's work, where we had the burgundy fill versus the yellow fill, and all we had to do was edit the style and change the fill color applied. It changed all the tables it had that style applied to. Okay. Questions so far? Okay. All right. And okay. Here comes the fun and exciting part. Okay. Let me show you first what we have to do here. Okay. It's basically, we're basically going to create two styles, two character styles. T name and T country. Okay. All right. So okay, I'm going to highlight this and I will make this bold and burgundy. Okay, that's the only thing I need to do. Then I will create a new character style. I'll name this T name. And I will click on OK. And then for this, I will format this as italic. And that's the only change. So I go new character style, T country. No change in character color. I just click on OK. Okay, so that's the only two things that have to happen. I'd like everyone to do that, please. So go over to page 4, highlight Earl Grey, make that bold and burgundy, and then create a, with the text still highlighted, create a new character style, name it T name, and click on OK. Then highlight the word Sri Lanka, make that italic, and then with it still highlighted, new character style, T country is what we named this, and click on OK, and that's great. Everyone sound off if you've done that.
Yes.
All right, Jonah,
Done.
great, thank you. Who else?
E.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, Lark, good. John, you good?
Done, sir.
Okay, good, Joe. Great. Christine, you good? You have the styles? And Noy, you guys, you were able to create the styles? Because the
Yes,
next,
sir. Yes.
huh?
Yes, sir. Done, sir.
Okay, good. All right, let me share my screen again. Okay. Now, what we're going to do next is we're going to edit a paragraph style. Okay, so I'm going to close my character styles panel, and I'll go to Window, Styles, Paragraph Styles. Okay, and the paragraph style that's used here is T-body. Okay, so I'll right-click, Edit. Okay, then I'm going to go straight, ignore everything, and go straight to drop caps and nested styles. Okay, I will click the new, sorry, before I do this, I will copy this bullet character. So I'll highlight that character and press Control C or Command C. And then I can edit my T-body style. Go to drop caps and nested styles, click new nested style, and I would choose first T name through to, and then type in the colon. Then I go new nested style. This time I choose T country. And then I go up to, then I highlight words, and I paste. And I click on OK. That's what I'll get. Okay. So I'd like all right, I'd like everyone to do that.
Sir, can you repeat it again?
Sure. Okay, we're going to do this step by step. Can anyone who hasn't done it share their screen, please? Anyone mind sharing screen so I can talk through it? Christine, thank you. Okay. All right, so we have our character styles. We want to edit the T body paragraph style and go straight to drop caps. Perfect. Now go to new nested style. And then from the nested styles drop down, choose T name first. Good. Now we want to edit the number 1 that shows there. Yeah, make that 2. Good. And then click on words and replace that with, you'll have to type it in. So click the drop down again, please. Okay. And put in a colon. Yep, good. That's perfect. Great. Click new nested style again. This time we'll choose T name. Yeah. Then change up to. Sorry, T country is correct. Through, change that to up to. The word through, change that to up to. Okay, and then 1, that's fine. Then click on words and then paste. Control V or Command V. Good. Now click on OK. You did it right. Great work. All right, Noi.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
cool. So we have that. You've copied the bullet character, I take. Yeah? Now let's go to paragraph styles, please. Window styles, paragraph styles. Good. Now let's scroll down to the body text section. Right click on T body. Right click, please. Edit. Cool here. All right, now go straight to drop caps and nested styles. On the left-hand side, you'll see it. Yep, good. Now click on new nested style. Okay, cool. And what I'd like you to do is click that drop down. Let's choose T name first. Okay. And yes, that's fine, but we changed this to 2. Nope. 2. Okay, good. And this, like that, and then make type in a semicolon, a colon rather. Good. Now click new nested style again. Okay. All right. This time we choose country. Yes. And then change that to up to. Whoops. Here. Go back there. Up to. Perfect. Then here. All right. Highlight that. No, don't click the drop down. All right. Highlight. Good. Paste. Command V. Whoops. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Click on OK. It's okay. Click on OK. You have to click on OK first. Okay. Now copy the bullet character. Copy. Command C. Good.
Yes, sir.
Right click now on T body and edit. Here in the paragraph styles. Yeah. Now go back to drop caps. Go back here. All right. Highlight it. Triple click. Good. Paste. Bingo. Now click OK. All right. Good. Now, why is it showing in pink? It's because of a missing font.
Yes, sir.
Can you click on English breakfast? Right up there. Because there isn't a bold style for Minion Pro. That's fine. It's okay. We'll leave it as it is.
Thank you.
Yeah, but this tells me you've done it right because it's applying the format. Okay, so we're good. All right. Who else?
Sir,
Sure.
mine apply to everything.
Huh? Oh, yeah, it's fine. Okay, easy to fix. Can you make sure you have the bullet character copied first? Good. Now let's go ahead and go to, yes, right click on that, edit, please. Bingo. Good. Now let's go to drop caps. Yep. Ah, that's why. Could you click on where you have the bullet character after the number 2? Okay, and then type in a semicolon, sorry, a colon rather. Highlight, replace that with a colon. Yep. Shift and bingo. Now click on OK. That should fix everything. That's the reason why.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
No worries. Thank you as well.
Sure, Joe.
Hey, Joe. What's up? You good or you need help?
Need help, sir.
Okay, share screen, please. All right. And what are we looking at here? Okay. So can you copy the bullet character first? Good. Copy that. Control C. Okay. Now let's go to paragraph styles. Window, paragraph styles.
Styles.
Styles, paragraph styles. Good. Yep. Okay. Right click on T body. Edit. Oh, no, no, no. Right click on T body, please. No, cancel that, please.
T-body.
Right click here. Yep, sorry. Let me annotate so I can help. T body. No. Yeah, good. Click.
Edit, sir.
Yes, we want to edit that. Okay, good. Now let's go to drop caps and nested styles.
This one, sir.
Here. No, not there. This section here.
This one, sir.
Yes, click that. Okay, good. Now click this. Click here. Ah, okay. So cancel that, please. Cancel first. We're missing a style. We're missing 2 character styles. Okay, so go back here. Highlight that, please. Yeah, good. Now click here. Okay, click here. New character. Name this T name. Okay, now let's go to basic character formats. That's good. Let's just check character color. Good. Now click on OK. Okay, good. Now highlight Sri Lanka. Good. Here again. Okay. Yeah. Just click on OK. Okay. Oh, right click, edit. Yeah. Rename that to country or T country. Good. Okay. Okay. Now let's go back to our paragraph styles. Right click, edit. Yeah. Drop caps. Okay. New nested style. T name. All right. Through. Change this to 2. Okay. Here. Not yet. Colon. Type in a colon.
Wait, sir, or
Using your keyboard. Using your keyboard, put in a colon. Yeah. No. Colon. No. Delete. Colon. Shift. Yes. Press the shift key. Same key. That's a semicolon. Okay. Good. All right. Now, not yet. We click here. Okay. Click here. Where it says none. Sorry, I drew a circle too big. Click. Right. This time name.
this one, sir?
Yeah. T name. Good. Up to. Change that to up to. Yes. Okay. And then here. All right. Paste. Control V. Good. Now you can click on OK. We did it right. Look at your form. Look at your character. Look at your copy. Good work.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And anyone else? Or we're all good? Looks like we are. Let me start sharing my screen again. Okay. So yeah. Now, how were we able to do that? It's only possible because we had multiple special characters we could tie stuff to. This. We had 2 columns that we could tie stuff to and a bullet character. Okay. Right. Now, real world example. Sorry, before I get into that, let me, well, actually, yeah, why not? So real world example, okay, something more common. This. All right. So if I were to change my formatting to a myriad, I said change to myriad. Come on, cooperate. Okay. All right. So let's say now I'm using Myriad Pro. Okay. And I want to make everything that precedes and the colon itself. Okay, make everything bold. I would just go to my character styles. Okay, and I'll go new character style and go bold. and just make this bold. And I click OK. Right. And I would then make this, let's say, go to paragraph styles. Okay, and I create a paragraph style for all this. Let's say this is bio copy. Right. And I go to drop caps and nested styles. Go to new nested style and go bold. And then I want it going all the way through to the columns. I click OK. And I apply. And apply. And apply. And yeah, apply. So there. Okay. Real world application of what we just learned. All good? Okay. Last, yeah, sorry, question? Any questions? Or are we good?
We're good.
Okay. All right. Now, the last style that you can create in InDesign, okay, is called an object style. Let me just highlight this. Actually, what I want is this button behind it. Now, why you'd want to create an object style is, one, to be able to consistently format your objects. Okay. So for example, I want this button to always have a bevel and emboss, and all the instances of this button to have a bevel and emboss and a drop and a drop shadow yellow. Okay. So what I would do is I would go to object styles. So I go to window, styles, and go to object styles. Okay. And I would go new object style. Right. And I go to my effects. I go turn bevel and emboss on. I just leave it at default. And then I would put in a drop shadow. Okay. Of yellow. And I would make this, you don't have to do this. Okay. Screen. Okay. And I click on OK. And I apply. So there it is. The button drop shadow is kind of off, so let's edit that. So I will just make an adjustment. And it's my distance. It's too close. That's good. Actually closer. Okay, and I give this a name of ETP button. That's good. Click on OK. And I would then start applying this. So I just click here and apply my object style. It's that easy now. I now have consistent format for all my buttons. There. Okay. So that's why you'd want to create an object style, and that's why, and that's how you use it. Okay. So, yeah. Do we have to do that? No. Okay. But you can in your free time. But as far as this exercise is concerned, we're done. So could you please do a file save as and name the styles and save it, please. Okay. Working with styles and editing styles. The next topic we have, second to the last topic we have, would be working, importing and linking your images. All right. Pictures help sell the story. Okay. Literally help sell the story. The words and the story that we put onto the page by flowing our text, okay, should be bolstered by the images and helped by the images that we put in. Okay, so it's not just a matter of um, positioning all the images that we have onto our page. It's also making sure that these images help, sell the story. And in the case of one of the documents we worked on earlier, that's what these pictures do. So, for example, if I go and open lesson 5, the magazine layout, right? The final layout that we have here. Okay. So this magazine article, this story is all about, one lady, one fictitious character called Alexis K, and this is supposedly her. Okay, and it's all about a community, a gentrified community, in a gentrified community being an industrial district that was then turned into a residential district, and this is these pictures help tell the story behind it, or help sell the story. Okay, the way they're positioned, the way they are um, uh, laid out onto the page is supposed to help. Okay, that biking, it's a just by looking at the pictures, we know that it's an eco-friendly community. It's walkable, bikeable, and it's all about being self-sustaining. That they grow their own vegetables and all that. Okay? This layout could have been helped further by adding more pictures and all that, but in this case, it's not so. But um, like I said, the pictures help sell the story, and how we import the pictures into an InDesign layout is, well, there's just one way. Not just pictures, but all graphics. Okay? Whether it's made in Illustrator, whether it's made in Photoshop, or whatever image editing application you may have, they're all imported the same way. You go File and choose Place. Okay, and you would then choose your source. Okay, so in this case, let me go to lesson 10. All right, so I chose File Place. Look at the title of this panel that we have here, or the name of the panel is the Place panel right there. So I'm going to go ahead and import the very first thing, which is an Illustrator file. Okay. Not that file, but no, not that, but this. Okay. When I import anything into InDesign, I take advantage and make use of the pasteboard. Okay. The easiest way to import anything is and take it in at its original size or its actual size is by clicking onto an empty area in the pasteboard, and it adds it right away. Okay. Now, all I have to do then is reposition this and make it sit so that it doesn't obscure any of my copy, but it shows the nice graphic that's meant to enhance the story, okay, or enhance the layout. Okay. Now, in this case, I have placed this image and I forgot to check what layer I added it to. It's an easy fix. I still have this selected. Okay. So I have it selected. Okay. Yeah. So I have it. I still have it selected anyway. All I have to do is drag this button here up into the correct layer, and it places it and positions it over all the other graphics that I have existing. Okay, so now it no longer is, this spiral here is no longer covered and all that. So before you place anything into any document, okay, make sure that you check your layers, okay, and place. When you place, add it onto the pasteboard first, and then position it where you need it to be in your document. So I'll do the same thing. I'll place again, and this time I will choose this file here, place it, and then position. Okay. So now, okay, I see everything. Now, if I did not do that and went straight to this box right here, it's going to import it inside the frame, this frame. And this is what I'll get. I'll have to right click and then go to fitting and then center the content just to get it centered. Okay. So instead of having to do that, put in an extra step, I just add it once, reposition. Right there. Okay. Now, so that's the place command. Okay, and I placed an Illustrator file. I'll place another file here, which is tree. Position that over here. Okay, and one more file. Picture pairs. Add it onto the pasteboard and put it over there. Okay. Now, because this is a photo, I want to put it in the correct layer. So I'll drag it up to the photos layer. It's now sitting there. Okay. In InDesign, if you have a picture with white space, with white background, you can actually go and choose Object, Clipping Path, and choose Options. And I choose Detect Edges. InDesign will remove the white space for you. Threshold and tolerance help you do that. Okay, a lower threshold value looks for whiter pixels or lighter pixels in your image. Okay, the goal is to come up with a clipping path with fewer anchor points, but a good enough clip, right? And in this case, I'm good with anywhere between 18 or 19, 17, 18, or 19. And then I will just add an inset frame so it eats in to where it is. And I click on OK. So now I have a quick clip right here. The clipping path is not meant to replace Photoshop's capabilities. It's here to just quickly represent that, yes, I have a picture with a background here. The final art will have to be redone in Photoshop and refined and cleaned up there. But in cases where you don't have access to Photoshop, or you're basically doing it on your own, you don't have an FA artist to rely on, you can still refine this and edit your anchor points. So this path doesn't need much cleanup. I just have to edit a few stray anchor points and I should be good. So I'm going to go in and reposition this. Okay, and just change the bend over here and reposition this so that I have a nice clean clip, and put that over there. And deselect. Okay, it's pretty decent. This can be passed off or cleaned up. And this. Okay. There. So I have a nice clipping path running around my images, all clean. I didn't have to leave InDesign. Or if I'm stuck with InDesign, I can clean things up. I can refine this further, and do better work on this by changing the direction or doing so many other things. Okay, but I just needed to show you that InDesign has a clipping path option. So you go Object, Clipping Path, and choose Options, and it creates that clipping path for you. And you can then edit threshold and tolerance and your inset frame to get things done right. Okay. So clean enough clipping path for layout purposes, and then someone can come in and clean it up. Okay, you can of course get better results using Photoshop. Right, and yeah. One last thing I'd like to show, one last thing I need to import here is a PSD file. Okay, so I'll place, and I'll bring this in, add it to the pasteboard. I'm in the photos layer, so that's fine. Put that over here. Okay, that's good. Good enough. Okay. Now, these two files, the Orchard of Kings logo and this picture of a hand, actually have layers saved in them. And this has even alpha channels saved into it. So if I right click and choose Object Layer Options, I can then show and hide the layer that is layer 1. Okay, that screens my image. And if I right click and choose Object, sorry, no. If I go to Object here, and I go to Clipping Path, and I go to Options, I now can access the alpha channel that keys out the extra background, or this, or that, or go to Photoshop Path and choose a shape that works best with the image. So if I want this, yeah, this works, so I can click on OK, and that's what will print with this document. Okay. So that's using Clipping Path, and also I also showed Object Layer Options. With Illustrator files, it also works if there's a layer that's saved or layers that are saved. So I go Object Layer Options. All right, I'll turn preview on so I can see what I'm doing. Turn Spanish title on, turn English title off, and I have now a Spanish title showing. I just make a little adjustment to show more of the image or more of the artwork. Okay. There. So how this is done is that layers were saved in Photoshop or in Illustrator, and that's what we just edited. We didn't actually change anything with the file. We just showed and hide the different layers. Okay, so I'll hide this again, show that, click on OK, and that's what we see. All right. So that's working, or how we would import images. Okay, again, before you place anything, you place it into or onto the pasteboard. Okay. So, and then you position. The other thing you should watch out for is this. This is the content grabber. Okay, what the content grabber does is that it allows you to move the object inside the frame, okay, without changing the position of the container itself. So you should be careful if you want to just reposition. Deselect first, and then you can move the frame and the object inside it, the container and the object. But this, okay, actually hides portions of the image. Okay. Now, there's two things I'd like to reinforce and remind. Okay. To import anything into InDesign, whether it's text or graphics or pictures, place, file, place is what you would use. Then you choose your file, and it'll let you import. Okay. Make sure that you see the place title on the panel. Okay. Otherwise, you will end up frustrating yourself because you won't be able to import anything. Okay. InDesign will, if you open a file, InDesign will expect InDesign documents. Okay. And the other part is, of course, put it on the pasteboard first before you position onto your layout. That said, okay, we're going to do a quick import of just a couple of files. Okay, just two files. One is the Illustrator file. Okay. Well, three files. Illustrator file, this file here, and the image of the pairs. Okay, so just this page. What I'd like everyone to do is open the lesson 10 file, please, and let me know when you're done, when you have it open. So open lesson 10.
Done.
Okay, good.
Done.
Cool. Everyone good? Does everyone have it open? Great. Okay. All right. Now, how do we do this? Okay. Okay, the file will open to this sort of view where you can see the entire set of spreads. Now, make sure that you have the layers panel open. Okay, so click on layers, window, layers, okay, and you choose the graphics layer before you do anything. Okay, so I'll delete this, I'll delete this, and delete this. Now, we go ahead and choose File, Place, or Control D. And let's choose 10E as the file to import. Okay, so make sure we're in the graphics layer and add it to the pasteboard. And I wouldn't want to click anywhere here. So I'll just click on this image here and drag so that I have it positioned, this part of the image. So I have it positioned over my copy, but not overlapping. Okay. Right. So that's one image. Right. And Okay. The next image we want to import would be that logo. So let's go ahead and place. I'm pressing Control D or Command D on my keyboard. And I will choose 10N. Add that over onto the pasteboard. Oops. Pasteboard, click, and then drag to position. And lastly, place. And I will place my image of the pears. So that's 10C. Okay, I go to my photos layer and I place, and I reposition over here. Just about right. Good. Then I go Object, Clipping Path, and choose Options. And I choose Detect Edges. Dial this down to 18. And add an inset frame of 1. And I click on OK. All right. You can play around with the settings if you'd like, but the whole and keep in mind that when using the clipping path panel, the fewer anchor points you have and that give you the result you need, which is this nice cleaner clip. Okay, that's what you're gunning for. That's what you're going for. Okay. So Object, Clipping Path, and choose Options, and that should let you or give you, with those settings that I gave, should give you a nice clean clip. Okay. I'm going to stop sharing. And so everyone done? Was everyone able to do it? Anyone need help? If you do, please share your screen. No? I'm good? Okay. All right. Yes. Okay. Thank you, John.
Excuse me, sir. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be slow because my computer is acting weird.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry to hear. John, one thing that can help with your clipping path is let's click on choose your selection tool first, the black arrow. Yeah. Now click on the image again. Right. Now let's go to your object menu item, then go clipping path. Yeah, options. Right. The inset frame of 0p1, please. That's going to help. Click on OK. Good. There. So that cleaned it up. What 0p1 did, that change did, is that it dragged in the outer edge of your clipping path further inward to take out that extra white space. Okay. So good. Thank you for sharing your screen. Okay. All right. Oh, okay. All right, good. Thank you. Yes. Okay, so let's import 10E. Yep. Click, open. All right, that's okay. Yep. And okay, reposition. Selection tool, the black arrow. Yeah. Now position. That looks good. Release. Okay, just drag it a bit further higher. We don't want to overlap the copy. Good, and drag it to the right some more. Yay, just a bit more. And just a bit up top. Good, perfect. That works. Okay, deselect, Control-Shift-A. Good. Now let's place again. File, place. Cool. And 10N this time. N for November. Yeah. Good. Okay, click on OK. And put it on the pasteboard. Perfect. Selection tool, black arrow, drag. Great. Nice. Place. Okay. And C. 10C. Good. Before you click onto the, click on OK. Okay. Before you click onto the pasteboard, look at your layers. Okay. Make sure that you're in the photos layer. Good. Now you click. Perfect. Now selection tool. Yeah. Drag that into place. Release. Go to object. Clipping path. Yep. Options. Click. Detect edges. Great. 18. And then 0P1 here. Tolerance is fine. Sorry, can you set that back to 2, please? Yep. The 0P1 change has to happen. Yes, in the inset frame. Yes. Click on OK. Good. And that's what we need to do. All right? Okay. And great. Thank you. You're good. So, Noi. Where are we at? Oh, okay. Okay. Can you right click on, sorry, no, not right click. Go ahead and go to object. Sorry. Get out of that, please. Okay. Just say I've selected. Let's go to object, clipping path options. Yeah. That's why. Change your tolerance value to 2. Okay. Now click on OK. There. Much better. Okay. Deselect, Control-Shift-A or Command-Shift-A. All right. Now right-click on that image. Okay. Select it first. Click on it first before right-clicking. Right-click, fitting. You missed it? Right up there. Good. Center your content. Yep. Okay. The frame's been adjusted. Okay, select the image again. Right-click, fill frame fitting. Fill frame proportionally. Okay. Now, see this bottom window shade? See the bottom window shade here? Yeah, that one. Pull that down. Pull it down some more. So you see the bottom portion of this pair. Okay, some more. Yeah, if you can drag that up, but you see we're missing this part if you do that. So that's fine. Okay, we're good. Okay, so go ahead and save. So everyone, please save your work. File save as. Name this photos. Good. Okay. All right. So this exercise is just meant to give you a feel of what InDesign can do for you when it comes to working with pictures, right? And okay, I just have a few more things before. Okay, right. Before we go on to our next topic, which is exporting. Okay. When you work with images that you place into your InDesign document, it gets added to this links panel that we have here. Okay. And there will be times when a file would go missing, right? So here's one example of a missing file or a file that's been moved around in the folders. It's in, yeah. Okay. Where was that? Lesson. Yeah, this one. Okay, so this is an example of where we have a missing image. Okay, let me just quickly fix the font problem that I have here. So I'll go to Object, Type, find Replace Font, choose this, type in Trajan. Trajan Pro 3 is my replacement. I change all, and I'm done. Now, I'll still have an error here in the preflight panel. And it's telling me that there's a missing link, so I'll click on this. Okay, it tells me exactly where the problem is. So I now can go to my links panel, look for the what the problem is, the problem file, and then I'll double click this. It now navigates to where the file used to be, and I see that it's still there, so I just choose it and I click open. And it re-imports the file and fixes the problem, and I now no longer have to worry about it. That's the nice thing about the links panel. What the links panel will do is let you relink any image, okay, or replace any image if I have to, okay, and it won't change the dimension of the container, nor will it change the way the object originally fit into the container. Okay. The links panel is also very helpful in telling you, or advising you of what resolution your images are at. So for example, this image here, I see that it's already pixelated. If I look at it, InDesign can tell me why. Its effective resolution is only 44 pixels because my object is actually scaled 165 times its actual size. Okay. It's been stretched beyond its actual size. Now, for this layout, it's actually fine. The reason is for portability, we're using low-res versions of the image. Okay, the actual resolution was only 672 pixels. Anything for print, okay, if you're printing to a desktop printer, whether it's a laser printer or an inkjet printer, or even a large format printer, okay, anything beyond 144 pixels is actually going to be ignored by the printer itself. Okay, if you're printing to a or sending it to a commercial printer, where you have these big machines that print everything in rolls, or using rolls of paper, or even pre-cut sheets, but that's basically offset press or digital offset. The recommended resolution for your images, the minimum resolution, would be 300 pixels per inch. Okay, anything for on-screen viewing, 72 to 96 pixels per inch. Okay, that's what is those are basically the norms or the standards for working with images. Okay, for commercial printing or when you send to a service bureau, 300 pixels per inch. For printing to a desktop printer, 144 pixels is more than enough when it comes to resolution. For your images, anything for on-screen viewing, 72 to 96 pixels. Okay. Just take note of those settings, right? And yeah. Okay. When working or when pre-processing your images in Photoshop, by the way, InDesign lets you import PSTs, which we saw here in this picture. Okay. When pre-processing your images in Photoshop, yeah, make sure that you embed an ICC profile. Okay, make sure that you embed an ICC profile in your images. You can keep them at RGB, especially if you're outputting to PDF. Okay, if your output's going to be PDF, keep them in the RGB workspace, or the RGB color mode. You can keep them in RGB, and then well, that way. But just as long as you have an embedded ICC profile, you should be good. You should be fine. That should be no problem. Okay. And yeah, so just make sure that you have an embedded ICC profile if you're working with RGB images and not processing them or pre-processing them in Photoshop and converting to CMYK right away. Okay. That way, InDesign has enough information to do color conversions. It's the ICC profile that really helps. Okay, and yeah. Any questions about working with images? Or if you've been working with InDesign, you may have struggled or come across a problem working in InDesign. Any questions? Take that as a no, and we're good. Okay. Yeah. I mean, placing your images, I just had to give you a quick hands-on feel on how to import and what you can import and what you can work with. Okay. But yeah, make sure that, you know, when working in a layout, you don't just slap things on haphazardly. Give it some thought. Now, now that we have this layout right here, actually, let me close this, and I'd like to open the end file. Okay. So this is our finished layout. Okay. Of course, not everyone has InDesign. Okay. Not everyone has it. You would want to send, let's say you need to send this to stakeholder, someone who, your client, okay, for review. They may not have InDesign. So the next best thing you can do is export this as a PDF. Okay. And there, you don't need Acrobat to export to PDF from InDesign. You just go File, Export, and go ahead and choose the folder, the target folder. So let me create PDF print, for example. Okay, in that folder, and I export and save it as a PDF. Save. Now I'm presented with presets. Okay, I can choose to do high quality print if I am outputting this PDF for to prepare it to be printed to a desktop printer. If I'm sending this to my service bureau, automatically I would think of using press quality. Okay, and if I'm sending this just for on-screen review, smallest file, say someone with limited or with a slower internet connection, you'd go smallest file size. Okay, or even better, don't use PDF print, use PDF interactive. Okay, if you're doing it for on-screen viewing. So let me export this really quickly as press quality. I know that there are no errors. I see that it's all green, so I'm good to go. So let me just prep this for printing. So I'll turn on all printers marks. Okay, and I would want to export this as spreads so that, because it's a CD booklet, I want to keep that layout. So I'll go ahead and export this. And that's done. And I now have a PDF file right here that has all my printer's marks. It's exported it in spreads. And yeah, this is ready for press output. Okay. If I need to send this for review by someone who doesn't have InDesign, and I want this to be emailable or light in terms of file size, I would choose PDF Interactive. Okay, and I export that. All right. I'll export as spreads. It's a default. Okay. I want to change my resolution to, JPEG lossless. I'll keep it at 96. All right, and okay. Now, what I can do as well, say I'm sending this just for review, and I don't want to be, I don't want to have to deal with problems where they would actually use my work without permission. So I can restrict printing and changes. So I'll just put in a password. Okay, and I export. Input my password again. All right. This is CMYK, the document CMYK. It's going to be exported to RGB. It's fine. My images are actually RGB. So I go ahead and click OK. Now I have back here. Let me share my screen, and I will share Acrobat. Now I have my file. Okay. It doesn't have the printer's marks. It is now in a lower resolution, but if anyone tries to print this, they will not be able to. It's grayed out, and it's secure. If they try to, change this or do whatever, they'll need my password. That's one way you can protect your intellectual property, okay, or you protect your rights as the artist that created this, okay, and stop people from using, right, your artwork without your permission. Questions? Good. Now, the last way you can get this document, okay, so let's say your service bureau says, hey, I want the actual file. I need to work with the actual file. Okay. Problem is, if I just send him the file, it won't include the images that are used in the file, and they'll get warnings and continuous errors. Okay. The last way you can get your file out to someone is by creating a package. First, make sure that this is all green. If it is, go to File and choose Package. All right, and go ahead and check for any problems. So in this case, I'm just double checking. All right, all my images, all my PSD files have embedded ICC profiles, with the exception of leaf and tree, which is okay, because these are monotone images. Color shifts won't affect it anyway. So I'll go ahead and create my package. InDesign will now ask me where I want to save this. Okay, and where I want to save the package. So let me put it back where, put it with my other files are. So I'll go to package. This is Adobe's way of not getting sued by font manufacturers or font designers. Basically, it's saying you must have rights to use the font to be able to install or use the font on your system if the font is included in the package. So click on OK. Done. All right, and what I get is basically this folder here, which has a PDF file so that they have a visual guide as to what it's supposed to look like, an IDML file if they're using an older version of InDesign, and an INDD file, or the InDesign, the actual InDesign document, and all the images that are used in the, okay? So not only is this a great, then you can zip this and send it over to them via FTP or through a file sharing system, or put it on a flash drive, mail it to them, whatever works. Okay. Yeah. Now, not only is this an effective way of sharing the file, this is also an archiving solution. Okay. Let's say you're done working on the project. You can go ahead and create a package and put it on your offline storage so that it doesn't take up space on your actual computer hard drive. Okay. So not only is the package a way of sharing files, it's also an archiving solution. That way, if you need to refer to this file, all you have to do is open the package from your external storage, and you'll have all the assets you need to work with and view the file. Okay. All right. Questions about PDF export, about PDF interactive and PDF print? No questions? How about packaging? Questions? Good. Take silence as no questions. Now, the last way that you can get this document, let's say you're doing a presentation, whether it's online or in person, okay, and you want to talk about, you want to present your work to the shareholders or stakeholders, okay, you can always go into presentation mode, okay. What that does is it pushes InDesign's background, it hides everything, shows just your document. You can scroll through, right, the document itself. Okay, left and right arrow keys let you go through the different spreads, or up and down arrow keys let you go through the different spreads. Okay, you can then present your artwork and then, you know, take notes based on, and take their comments and do all those good things. And then, you know, when you're done, okay, make sure you disconnect from your sharing first, or the monitor that you're presenting to, or the device you're presenting to, and then press the escape key. That goes back into InDesign and stops the presentation. Okay. Now, that's basically all I had, right? We're actually done with all the topics that are part of the InDesign Essentials. Okay. Do you have any questions about what I just discussed?
Yes, I think I heard Jo. Was it that Jo or Christine? None?
No, that was me. I said none.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, Luna, thank you. All right, no questions. Now, I still have a few minutes. I'm not sure if you'll need time for a survey, Kat. Do you need time?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Can I take just about 5 to 10 minutes?
Yes, sir.
All right, good. I just want to address one of the questions that Christine had yesterday about an index, right? How to make an index out of an InDesign document, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, when I was asked to do this for real, for work, I said no. Okay. Really, creating an index is a job of its own. Okay. Why? Because for one, you have to be very, very familiar with the document, especially if it's a book. Okay. Usually it is the writer, okay, or the copywriters that would create or would build the index for you. Okay. It's usually the writers that do that. Why? Because they're the ones very familiar with, and they would know the inner workings. You know how indexes or indices actually have see also, or have related references. Building that logical framework and lattice work is a job of its own as well. But building the physical index that goes onto the printed page, that's easy. That's basically aggregating your content, okay, or just pulling in everything, okay. And how that's done is actually very easy. Let me open a document that may have an index. Okay. So these files, yeah, actually have an index built into them. How the index is built is by going to, let me just push this out of the way, go to window. Come on. All right, so type, where'd it go? They moved it. In any case, there should be a panel.
I think I saw it on the attachment table.
Sorry, where did you find it?
Window, types and table.
Window type and tables. Yes, thank you. There it is. See, I really don't want to do this. My mind is blocking it. But yes, this is the index panel. Okay. How you would add index entries is you would go to the actual document itself, highlight the word, and create a topic. Okay. These topics have already been added ahead of time, right? Action scripting, Acrobat, all these, terminology, text frames. Basically, they've been added as topics. Okay. And once you have your index built from your actual document, it's just a matter of generating the index. And what InDesign will do is generate that. I don't need the title, so okay. I will just go ahead and click on OK. It generates the file, and I just add it here. Place it, and for whatever reason, it is showing up as empty because it's not tied into, but it's there. In any case, I don't know what's going on with this document, but that's how you generate your index. Building an index is a different story. Takes a lot of time, takes a lot of thinking. But yeah, just to answer your question, Christine, that's in a nutshell how it's done.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. That said, yeah, if you have any questions, you can always post it in the Google Classroom. I am going to turn you over to Katz for survey. I think that's, yeah, I've covered pretty much everything I need to cover. And again, thank you for your patience, and thank you for bearing with me, and thanks for your help and pointing that last thing out.
Thank you also.
All right, guys. Okay, so good evening, everyone. I just sent the link to the survey in the group chat, guys. Okay, so please make sure that you answer that. That remains confidential naman din. So don't worry. Please make sure that you honestly answer the survey, guys. No, so especially with the time that we spent in design. This is the first time that we hosted a 6 hour straight per session. So we wanted to make sure that it's something that you guys are comfortable with as we offer InDesign, no, in the succeeding months. Okay, so again, we will be uploading all the recorded sessions in the Google Classroom. And then once we have completed the upload, then you may access that anytime for 15 calendar days. Post that, you will no longer be able to access the Google Classroom. So I strongly recommend that you maximize the use of the Google Classroom. Any questions that you may have for Sir Mike, you may also post it in the Google Classroom as he gets notified if there are questions, okay? So you'll be able to address them. There is an advanced class happening also this month. I think, Sir Mike, that's next week, right?
Yep.
Mm-mm. So
Okay.
there is also going to be Sir Mike who will be teaching advanced class. But make sure that you're more or less comfortable with InDesign before you take that class.
I wouldn't even, sorry, I
Yeah.
wouldn't even recommend to take it right after. I would suggest that you, if you're at the beginner level or you use InDesign less than 40 hours in a week,
That's the time that you attend the class.
if you use more than 40 hours a week or at least 40 hours a week, that's the time I would even consider attending the advanced class.
Yeah, so that you can really maximize learning, no, in that class. So don't worry, if you're still interested, there's a class that's gonna there's an advanced class, I think, Sir Mike, in December, right? December pa. I think we
Yes,
scheduled
there's a
one
December class.
in December. So please visit our website. We also have a number of classes that are happening this month, and we have slowly uploaded classes for November and December. Okay, so if there aren't any questions, guys, thank you so much for your time. And again, please make sure you complete the survey. Happy Sunday. Bye-bye. Ay, sorry! Wait muna! Picture pala. Please turn on your webcams.
Ma'am, wait lang.
Yes.
Do we have to pass the things we did today? Or no need?
Yes, please.
Today. Today, John. All right. Kindly turn on your webcams, at least temporarily, so we can take a picture. Take a picture. Okay. Punas-punas lang ng mga fes. All right. Okay. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay. One more, guys. 1, 2, 3, smile. All right. Thank you so much, guys.